Heavenly Father, we stand before you today as elected servants, seeking your guidance and direction, your wisdom and knowledge as we prepare our town's annual budget for the coming year. May our decisions prove to be what's best for our citizens, our employees, our town, and the future of all. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, real quick. We're going to try and live stream today, so if our speakers would be sure to speak into the microphone. I'd like to welcome council, staff, our citizens, the news media to our 24-25 Town of Valdese Budget Workshop. As we move through today's agenda, let us keep in mind that it is the Town Council's responsibility to establish the type and level of services that the Town of Valdese provides for our citizens. Currently, our citizens enjoy many quality services not offered in larger municipalities. Quality services provided by loyal and dedicated employees who take pride in providing the best for our citizens. Let us also remember the results of the Valdese 2024 Strategic Plan, which was just finalized. Based on citizen input, our 4 focus areas are employee recruitment and retention, economic development, public infrastructure, and the Old Rock School. So moving forward, we must be mindful of citizen expectations of quality services and the strategic plan, both of which will help ensure a bright and flourishing future for the town of Valdese and our citizens. And thank you again for being here, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Steen or Mr. Wacker.
Thank you, sir. Bo, if you'll
Mr.
go
Mayor,
ahead.
may I make an announcement also, please?
Sure.
I'd just like to reinforce what you said in a slightly different way, and that is that this council fully understands it's our responsibility to determine the services for the town. That's why the council unanimously voted last month that there will be no reduction in services in 24-25. So we understand that fully. This budgeting process is about the staff doing what all of us in our homes, as we manage our homes, as we manage our businesses and our operations. What we do each year, if we do not have the control over our income, if we have to live within last year's income, then we have to make adjustments to continue doing what we've been doing or dip into our savings. And that's what our staff is going to be telling us about as a result of their zero budgeting process. So this council understands there will be no reduction in services. We want to hear how the staff is going to either live within the revenue that they had available this year or dip into our reserves as they've done in the past, as they did last year. So this is about the staff complying with the council's direction. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Sorry.
Mayor, Council, welcome to the 2024 Budget Retreat. So we're going to jump into our first handout, and then we'll go over a few notes before we get officially started for the day. So I'll hand that out right now. All right, so what this is it's kind of your cheat sheet for today. It's the exhibit list. So for the general fund, which we're covering on day 1 today, we've got 13 different exhibits that we're going to go through. So this is just kind of a reference. Each exhibit will be listed at the top, so 1 through 13, and then you can just reference this if you want to reference back to a particular page or something like that. So it's also good for the exhibits. You can make notes on those as we go along. Now we're going to try to get through Exhibit 10 before lunch. So that'll take us up. It'll follow the agenda here. If we don't, that's okay, but to try to keep us on track, that's our goal. With that said, there's going to be a lot of information and numbers we're going to go through today. This is a workshop type atmosphere, so feel free to ask questions as we go along. You can ask me, the manager, staff. But just be mindful that we have a lot of information to cover, so we'll try not to get too far down the rabbit hole. And if we want to discuss it further later on, we can. And if there is a question that I'm going to cover later on in the presentations, I'll let you know, and we'll just say, we'll cover that later so that we can keep moving and keep on track. And then something else I was just going to mention is we're all one team here. So, the goal with our budget process is to keep our tax rate as low as possible while still providing the highest level of services we can to our citizens. So that staff and the management had that in mind as we went through this. All right. So we're going to get into our first exhibit here. And this is a PowerPoint on the budget process. So this is going to give you an overview of the whole process where we're at to this point. So I'm going to hand out the exhibit, and then we'll go through the PowerPoint.
So these exhibits are not something that were emailed to us. We're seeing them for the first time now. Is that correct?
Correct. And they will, that's a good question. They will be available electronically after today.
They will what?
Available electronically after today. Yeah. But this is just a mere copy of what you're going to be seeing on the screens. So it's more just take notes on today, and then you can reference later. All right, so you've seen this slide before, but there's two important annual documents, just a reminder of what we go through. So the budget document adopted in June, and then we have an audit in December. So the budget is looking ahead, where are we going, and that's the process we're in today. What mountains do we have to navigate, how are we going to get there, that's what we're doing. And then in December, our budget from the prior year will be audited and how we did in that performance. So that's just two things. So right now we're looking out the windshield, okay? That's our goal. So I wanted to touch on traditional versus zero-based budgeting because council's been hearing zero-based budgeting. What is that? So first of all, traditional budgeting, that is where incremental increases throughout the budget, say, we just add 3%, 2% per year to a department's budget and just go on with that's the easy way to do it. But it's not very effective because it only analyzes new expenditures. So zero-based budgeting, it starts each department at the bottom and they work their way up. So budgets are built around what is needing for the upcoming fiscal year. So each fiscal year has different needs, and that's why this is so effective. So it builds around those needs, and it justifies not just new expenditures, but also justifies the old expenditures. So we're looking at what's needed coming up and what is not or still needed in the past. So through a series of meetings, the manager and staff, they analyze these expenses for the upcoming year, and it gets down to the granular details of each department's needs. And some of the benefits of this method, it helps lower costs because it prevents a misallocation of resources that can happen over time in traditional budgeting where you're just adding a few percent each year. And it helps to identify situations in departments that we need to allocate more resources one year to one department, or the next year maybe that department doesn't need so many resources and those can be moved over to a different department. And it helps tie the budgeting process into specific functional areas of the organization. So that's kind of why Zero-based budgeting is more involved, more time-consuming, but more beneficial than a traditional way to prepare a budget. So the process here, and I'm going to try to get this, I know the words are small. I'll try this here. So beginning of the year, or around the first or second week of January, we do a mid-year review with departments. The manager meets with each department, analyze expenses. Now we're 50% through the budget year at that point. And then we also discuss big picture items for the upcoming budget. After those meetings, the departments start to develop their budget requests for the year, beginning again from the bottom, working their way up. There are some fixed costs that go in, such as personnel and insurance costs that they're given, and so they incorporate those into the budget as well. Once that process takes its course, it takes about a month or so, the department budget meetings are set up. So each department meets with the manager to discuss their requests, their needs, and then the manager verifies that the expenditures are necessary for efficient operations of the town and that the strategic goals are being considered and included with the budget. During these meetings, the manager will review it, analyze it, and then request the department to either add or cut budget items as necessary according to council's direction. So based on a justification and strategic planning needs, the department heads will go back and fine-tune their budget requests based on this guidance from the manager. That brings us to today. So now we have a preliminary budget in place that we present to council. And what this does is it gives council the opportunity to learn department needs, ask questions, and provide management with guidance to further develop and fine-tune this budget. So I was just doing some quick math over the weekend, thinking how much time we got into this. And I think between myself and Brian and staff, I think we have between 500 and 600 hours developing this budget over the past 4 months. So there's a lot of thought that goes into this and a lot of work. So we're proud to present it to you. Any questions before we go on? Okay. All right, so that was Exhibit 1. So now we're going to jump into Exhibit 2 and do an overview of the general fund. All right, so we say general fund because today that's all we're dealing with, the general fund. Tomorrow we'll be dealing with the same processes, but with the utility fund. So remember, general fund is tax-based driven. Utility fund will be our water customer-based driven. All right, so 3 things that we're going to go over is fund balance, debt, and a few budget challenges that we'll talk about throughout the day. So fund balance. The purpose of fund balance is to there's a couple things that fund balance helps do. Prevent short-term borrowing. So instead of going out for debt, if we have a good, healthy reserves, we can borrow the money from ourselves at no cost at interest. It helps have a reserve for emergencies, events that might come up that we weren't planning on, or opportunities that come up that we want to take advantage of. If we didn't have that reserve, we wouldn't be able to. It helps increase our investment income, and it avoids negative attention from the LGC. So we get our reserves too far, then LGC starts knocking on the door, and we want to avoid that. But we're sitting pretty good right now, as we'll get into. So where did we end on June 30th, our audit on June 30th? Unassigned fund balance was almost 6.6 million. That is a 105% of expenditures ratio. So our what that does is takes our unassigned fund balance divided by our expenditures for the year. So we're at 105%. And remember, we covered this before, but about 8% is 1 month's worth of spending. So you take 105 divided by 8, and that'll give you how many months of reserves we have built up that we could survive without any income coming in.
Although that was last year, correct? June 30th last year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, that's where we ended on the audit. So compared to June 30th of 2022, that was a 7.8% decrease in our fund balance. So the main thing about that was we actually utilized some funds to do the recreation center renovations. So instead of borrowing money for that, we were able to pay cash. And that's why you see that dip there. So what's going to impact the fund balance this year? We've had appropriations so far this year of $617,000. And that little chart there breaks it down. So we've had some things come up through the year we needed to take care of. And we've also transferred out to some capital project funds, some street paving, Old Rock School project, and we had a couple different repairs and replacements along the way too. So that's what makes up the $617,000. We also had fund balance appropriated $238,000 last year. Now, if we don't expend all our monies this year, then that number goes back in the fund balance. But that's just a reminder of last year's budget process. We also had property tax values increase from the May and June values that increased. So that was an additional $218,000 we did not plan on. That helps. And then our sales tax revenue, we're looking about $150,000 more revenue this year. I think we budgeted about $1.7 million, but we're looking about $1.8, somewhere around there. But I have started to see the last 2 or 3 months sales tax start to drop. So where we were last year comparatively, we're getting less this year than we were last year. So those numbers are starting to come, so people are spending a little less. And just a reminder, in sales tax, it's what is spent in the county. That's what we get. So no matter whether they spend it in Valdese or they spend it in Morganton, we're still getting the same sales tax numbers because it's based within the county boundaries. All right, we'll touch on debt real quick for general fund. So here are the items that are in the budget for debt. So our annual payments for debt is $233,000. And that operating debt ratio of 3.1% means that the $233,000 divided by our budgeted expenditures, only 3% of that is for debt. So the balance remaining is $3.9 million in debt. But that's spread out, as you can see, town hall payment, that's over 27 years. The Splash Park, we had 34 years of payments left on that. So that's a big number, but it's spread out over many years. I'm going to, I'm going to pause this presentation here. We're going to jump into another exhibit here real quick. And the reason I want to jump into this one is it's still about debt. I'm trying to make this a little bigger for everybody. So what we saw in the PowerPoint was a snapshot of the budget for the current year. But this shows the debt throughout. The 5 items that you saw on the slide, this is them, but the amortization schedule basically is what this is. So you can see fiscal year 2051 is when the debt on town hall will be paid off. The total amount at the bottom, that's where so the far bottom right corner, right here, that's where your total $3.9 million that we just talked about. So this It's just something handy to have for your reference, to see what our debt looks like in the general fund. Are there any questions on that? I know there's a lot of numbers there, so.
Just, we have some vehicles up there that are financed through local banks. Earlier you said that one of the purposes of the fund balance is so we don't have to short-term financing. Why do we put short-term financing on vehicles?
That's a great question. So that, like the police vehicles there, that was a 5-year loan. So we have actually transitioned away from getting loans for vehicles.
So we don't do that anymore?
Right. So this year will be our last payment on that loan, but we're just buying them as we go now. I wanted to get away from that model of having to borrow money for vehicles. That's a
Bo,
good
how many
question.
years did we borrow on the splash pad?
40 years,
40 years.
yeah. And the same thing with town hall as well. So we're in year 6 for that, so I think that happened back in 2016 or 2017.
The ladder truck, how many years was that?
That one, I think, was a 20. I have to double check.
20
on that.
years?
Yeah. I don't think because that was the USDA, I don't think USDA will do more than 20 on a rolling stock, something like that. But I can verify that for you. So if you read across the top row, so fiscal year 25 is what we're budgeted for, there's your 233,000 total payments. So next year, the police cars will drop off, which will lower our debt a little bit. And then the following year, the vehicles and equipment for street department, that'll fall off, and so forth. That's how that works. And we can talk more about that later as we get into it. So back to our presentation here.
I want to understand now, the top line, 233,335, that's for 24, 25? Or is that-
Correct, yeah. And that number, well, get back to the slide. So that number is what we were just talking about there, the 233,000. It just formatted a different way. Okay. All right, let's jump into some budget challenges. Remember, we're talking about general fund here. On the operating side, we have a state mandated 0.75% increase on retirement for general employees. And in law enforcement, we have a 1% increase. That puts us around 14% for retirement contributions. The reports that we've been seeing, they were wanting to get that up to around 17% over the next couple of years. So we're going to keep seeing that 0.75% increase for general employee retirement until we get to 17, and I think they're going to drop it, at that point, they'll drop it back down to around 15. So it all depends on what the market's doing, because they invest all this money, and the state treasurer's office handles all that. Employee retention, cost of living, that's another challenge we always have every year. Health insurance, so 3.7% is what we've seen in our premium rate increase. That's actually quite good.
That's what I expected.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised on that.
Yes, sir.
That's good news.
That's a lot less than we've seen other years. And the reason is for that is the HRA plan that we put in place last year is working well. It's driven down our costs overall, and employees are healthier overall too, so.
And Bo, that's, of course, projected no changes to the existing current health plan. One of the concerns we had was that if we saw a significant increase, we would have to cut some of the benefits, but.
Right. The only change there is the total out-of-pocket goes up by $600. They didn't really give us an option on that, but if we planned on in the budget to go ahead and increase the HRA by that $600, which only affected the budget a little bit, so that the exposure for the employees is still at that $4,000. So,
They still have a very benefit-rich plan, which is good.
yeah.
Is this, and I think our council mayors in the past refer to this as a platinum plan, which is it's one that's unusually rich.
Correct. That was, that
Now,
was,
a couple questions about it. Can employees have family coverage with this plan?
They can have their children on there,
Their
but we don't
children.
offer spousal
But
insurance.
not their spouses?
Correct.
How about part-time employees?
The part-time employees are not eligible for,
Part-time employees what?
they're not eligible for health
They're
insurance.
not?
No.
Okay.
I believe that's
Yeah,
a state
30 hours.
law.
I'm gonna have to come back to that question when we get into, the activities, but,
Okay,
okay.
okay. Another challenge we have is Republic. Their sanitation recycling contract increased to 5%, so they're following that CPI.
Is that automatic every year?
What's built in the contract is it goes up by the CPI, so the water and sewer CPI, so that's what they follow, so it was 5% is what they have.
CPI going up 5% each year since they started?
That is what the number they gave us, so
Do we
they,
just take what they give us, or do we negotiate with them each year?
well, it's built into the contract, the CPI number. So, and it's not the overall CPI, what they use is the water and sewer recycling. There's a line in there, and I can get that link for you from them, but it's on the Department of Labor, I believe, website. So that's the number that they go by. But we do look at that every year, but.
and Bo, you'll probably address this, but there's a cost difference between what we pay Republic and what we're charging citizens. Are we
Yeah.
transferring all that cost to the citizens, or is there a gap between?
Um,
We're supplementing some of the expenses for.
Right, we'll cover that
Okay.
in a little bit later. A good question, though. And then we have our inflationary price increases every year on equipment, material, services, and so forth that we have to account for. And then we have a tax rate of 41.5 cents that we want to accomplish. On the capital side, street improvements are a big item that creates some budget challenges. And then also our public safety facility, that's a big capital item that's looming out there for us. So there just is some reminders there. All right, any more questions before we go any further? No? Okay. So our next exhibit, and this is actually going to be item C on the agenda. Our next exhibit will be for revenues, so I'll hand that one out now. So this is what we have in the budget on the revenue side. We can go line by line if you like, or we just hit some highlights here and then answer some questions. I'm sure there's some questions on this. But the green section is what's being proposed. And then the other columns are past data, and then we have our account code, and then the line item description. So that's how this is set up in the budget. And you'll see that you'll get familiar with this format as we go along, because I've tried to do the expenditure side of the same format, so it's easier to read. Every year we have some uncollected taxes that are carried over from the prior year. So we budget for those small amounts because we collect as many taxes as we can for the current year. The 2024 ad valorem taxes, we'll spend a little bit of time on that line. So this is actually the only revenue that has a statutory calculation that we have to follow. All these other revenues are management discretion based on past performance and experiences. But this line for 2024 ad valorem taxes, so 2.2 million. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to stop here, we're going to jump into another exhibit, and then we'll come back to the revenues, because I have an exhibit that kind of expands upon this, okay? So that is actually going to be on your list, the TR 101 report.
What did you do all weekend, Bo?
Thought about this all weekend. So this is a report from the county called the TR 101. So this is from the NCPTS system, the North Carolina Property Tax System. Only counties have access to this. So we have to email the county tax office to get these reports. But what this does is this particular report is showing us a couple different things, but the far right is the one we want to focus on, the total taxable value. So this report is ran through the end of March. So this data is through the end of March, and it tells us our total taxable value that we can budget for in the upcoming year. So it's broken down. I think there's been some correspondence, Councilman Harvey. The 467 million that you were asking about, that's at the bottom there, the bottom right. So that is residential properties only. So the key is we need to add in the business, which is designated by the bus up the top left, industry, and then residential. So those three numbers, tax value numbers, we add those up. And then at the bottom here, this yellow box, I added that to this sheet. Those three numbers add up is 538 million. So to calculate our revenue from taxes, we take that total taxable value through the end of March, multiply that by our tax rate of 41.5 cents. That gives us a number of $223,000. And because our valuations are based on the $100 increments, we divide that by 100, which gives us a $2.236 million number. And then the statutory calculation also wants us to reduce that by we can only budget for the amount of taxes that were collected by percentage of last year. So last year, Burke County's tax collection rate was 98.65%. So we take that 98.65, we multiply it by 2.2 million, and that gives us the number we can use in the budget for tax revenue of 2.2 million.
Is the 98.65, did you say that's Burke County's tax rate?
Correct.
Okay, what's Valdese tax rate collection?
Well, they're collecting
Is it all
taxes.
in there? Okay, it's all together, is that what you're saying?
Because they're collecting the taxes for us, we go with their tax collection rate, yeah. Ours was hovering around 97.5% when we were doing it. So I don't want to I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, it's confused, but the public enterprise companies right here, you can see that's no number there. Those are for your public utility providers like Duke Energy, Piedmont Natural Gas, things like that. They don't get billed until September. So what you see on the revenue sheet is an estimation that includes them. So the 2.25 or 2.2 million down here in the bottom right, that's included plus the public utility companies. So the number won't match exactly, but that's why. I know it's confusing, but we're adding a little more value later on in the year. But for purposes for this exercise, we're just looking at business, industry, and residential properties. So that's how we calculate the 2.2 million. Is there any questions on that?
So can relate this Exhibit 5 to Exhibit 4. With Exhibit 4, you show 2024 ad valorem taxes recommended at $2,234,454.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that number come from?
So that number includes the 2.2 million that we just talked about on the TR 101
Okay,
form.
plus the prior years. Okay, that's
Yeah.
everything down to that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not the prior years. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The TR 101, the 2.2 million from there, plus the public utilities that will get billed out in September. So everything on that TR 101 gets billed out in July. The public utilities get billed out later in the year around September. So that report comes out.
All right.
Yeah. So we got to add those values in.
So it's really what you're recommending. You're using the 41.5 cents rate, and what you're recommending comes in $6,000 less than the total ad valorem tax rate budgeted in this year. Is that what you're saying? I'm looking under the 23-24 budget. I see $2,440,668.
Okay.
And then for the 24-25 recommended, it's $2,234,000. So that's $6,000 less.
9% less.
Yeah, it's 440,000 minus 234,000.
I'm just
9.5%.
I'm just trying to connect those, relate those two numbers. On your Exhibit 4, the line for 2024 ad valorem taxes,
Mm-hmm.
the 23-24 budget says $2,440,668. I'm not sure why. I guess that was the 20. I'm not sure what that was. That must have been the 2023 ad valorem taxes. Is that right?
The 2.44 million, that was what we budgeted last year for taxes.
For ad valorem taxes.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah,
And then and that was based on 51.5 cents.
correct.
Okay.
Now we're
what we have calculated this year for 41.5 cents is $6,000 less revenue. Is that right?
No, I'm not sure where you're coming with $6,000 from.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure where you're coming up with 6,000. I'm sorry.
I'm subtracting $2,234,000 from $2,440,000.
That'd be more than 6,000. That's, yeah,
It's 200.
that's 200 and, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. I'm missing a couple digits there. It's 206,000.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
okay. Okay. Any other questions on ad valorem taxes? Okay. So that TR 101 report is handy to have, but just keep in mind that's through the end of March. So in the budget process, the latest we can do it is through the end of April, because we had to start finalizing the budget in May. So that's where we ran into last year, is those, especially in the reval year, the May and June, those valuations can continue to change. But this year, we should be, we'll adjust that once we get the April report, because we're in the middle of April right now, so we gotta wait till the end of April to get that report and see if anything's changed there, and then we'll adjust this number accordingly. Let's see, motor vehicle taxes, so those are that's still based on the 41.5 cents, but that will be for the taxes that come on your DMV bill. So those don't get billed out by us, but they're on the DMV bills. Let's see here. Interests on investments, we have 200,000 in there. Now, we try to be a little conservative with all these revenues because we never know what's going to happen, so we want to be on the more conservative side. Our interest on investments, when COVID happened, we had a pandemic. You can see that 2022 actual was $12,000. So our interest rates just plummeted. So had we budgeted too much that year, we would have been in the hole. So that's why we want to be as accurate as possible, but yet be as conservative as possible as well.
Now, what happened? You skipped the occupancy tax. Why does it drop so much?
That's a good question. Can we get to that later when we get to the department budget?
Okay.
Or we can get to it now. That's fine. So occupancy tax, and I'm going to let Marissa kind of explain that one real quick, because she can explain it better than I can as what happened there.
Good morning. Basically, in 2020, whenever COVID happened, we had to budget, it was recommended to budget only $32,000 to receive an occupancy tax. When it actually transpired, we saw seeing a lot more tourism in the local area, and so our occupancy tax, we actually brought in more than what we anticipated. So in the budget line, you'll see what we've been doing is trying to use up a surplus that was created from that budget effort from before. Does that make sense?
I don't,
So
where do we get occupancy tax from? Is that from the county? Is that,
the TDA, Tourism Development Authority.
okay,
Yeah, so that's like when you stay at a hotel or something, you pay the occupancy tax. That money goes to the TDA, and then they distribute it out among the different municipalities.
so Morganton, we're getting money from Morganton, so to
Correct.
speak.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
And who does the calculation? Is it us or is it some other outside agency?
I think it's either the TDA or the county. Do you?
It's in the general statute, the percentage that we get.
And the TDA does that? Okay, so the TDA is a component of the county,
What is TDA?
Tourism Development Authority. And there's a board that sits on, I don't know who the board chair is, but, that's where that number
So
comes
they have
from.
given us a report then with this number in it?
Yeah, they tell us how much the budget for the year.
And we have that report somewhere?
I believe so.
Yes. And I serve as a member of that board. I work really closely with the Burke County TDA to determine these projections for revenue that'll be generated year over year.
I'm sorry, I'm just not able to hear you. Maybe you can get the mic a little
Yeah.
closer.
I work really closely with the Burke County TDA. I serve on the
Right.
board. And what we do is we work really close with the director of the Burke County TDA itself to determine these projections for revenue every year.
But my question is, do they give us a written report with their recommendation of what the calculation will be? Have they done the calculation? Will they give us a written report that we can
Well,
use for budgeting?
Yes, the calculation remains the same, but basically because of the percentage that we get per that general statute.
So we have a written report from them that we can
Yes.
make part of the budget package?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Am I correct in saying that those funds can only be spent on specific items?
Yes, sir. And that's outlined in that general statute as well. And what you'll see here is like the 152,000 from last year, that was to take advantage of that surplus that we had. So it's just sitting there waiting for Valdese to use it. And it's a reimbursement process, so we have to spend it. I submit a long report, and then we're reimbursed for what is spent.
Okay, thank you.
This is all, sorry,
this is all general statutes, so this is laws that govern
Yes,
what we
ma'am.
can and cannot do. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so if we don't spend the whole 95,000, we don't get it, if that makes sense. So we gotta spend it to get it. So it's that revenue is a wash in between the revenue side and expenditure side.
You'll tell us what we can spend that for, is that in another?
Yeah, we can get into that once we get into the department expenditures,
Okay.
yeah. All right. Anything you see, I'm kind of just going down the list here. Utility franchise tax, 440,000. So that's another revenue that we get from the state based on utility franchise fees that they pay to the state. That number pretty much stays the same every year, so that doesn't go up or down. That's a pretty consistent number there. If you jump down a little bit to PAL bill, we'll just touch on that. Again, that's another revenue that we receive from the state. That is a offsetting number for the PAL bill department budget. So you'll see the 166,300. That is also what the budget number is for the expenditure side. And we can get into more detail on that once we get to that department. Unrestricted sales tax, so that's the sales tax that we hear about. Again, no matter where in the county they spend it, we still get a cut of it based on our population. So it's population-driven formula. So last year we budgeted 1.72 million. As I said, we're pretty much on track with that. We're trending a little lower than we were at this point last year. But we always put a little bit of increase in there because inflation, cost of items goes up, which means our sales tax goes up a little bit.
So Bo, in that category, unrestricted sales tax, so it's based upon population, but most spending truly takes place really in Morganton when you look at sales tax. So we're benefiting. We're getting a larger share of the revenues based upon our population, so it benefits Valdese.
Right. Right. No matter where they spent in the county.
Yep.
We still get.
Walmart was a boom for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, we need to buy in Burke County. That's what we need to do.
absolutely.
Yeah, and back in, I think it was 2020, legislation got passed where we had to pay sales tax on online purchases, like even Amazon. So we saw a huge jump in revenues. I think it was like close to 400,000 because Amazon had to start charging sales tax. So that's really helped that number. I thought that was pretty interesting.
That's good.
If we go down a little bit further, you'll see two lines, 210,000 and 46,000. So that is our sanitation and recycling revenue from the fees. So $12.30, that's on the utility bill. That's actually a general fund revenue number. So those two numbers are what equal that. So that's what we budget for right there. And we'll touch a little bit more on that revenue number as we get further into the day.
Okay.
Then you've got a solid waste disposal tax is a small amount. That actually comes from the state as well. I think those are based on tipping fees, I believe, but don't quote me on that. But that number stays pretty consistent. Cemetery revenues, those come from selling plots at the cemetery. So one day that, once the plots are gone, that revenue will dry up. The housing authority, they send us what they call a payment in lieu of taxes. So they don't pay property taxes, but they have an arrangement where they pay the town for services based on the payment in lieu of taxes. And I think it's based on their number of citizens, or not citizens, the number of residents that they have at the housing authority.
On that one, so the housing authority is voluntarily making a contribution to the town, is that what that is?
Yeah.
For the most part?
Yeah.
Do we ever have discussions with other organizations that are not paying taxes but for which we provide full services?
No, sir.
Um,
Not that I'm aware of, unless,
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, one major one, of course, is the Valdese Hospital, which has no connection with Valdese anymore, except we provide full services to them, and it's owned by the whole block's owned by 2 or 3 different organizations, none of whom pay taxes. But we provide police and fire service to them, and so we've never, as far as you know, we've never asked them to make a contribution towards the services that they receive.
maybe back in the early days, I'm not sure. If you're aware of anything.
And the reason that occurs to me
Yeah.
is that my organization was a nonprofit organization based in Research Triangle Park, and our part of Research Triangle Park was in Durham County, and we made a contribution to Durham County equivalent to property taxes because we didn't have to pay property taxes. It was voluntary, but we didn't get many services, frankly. We got county police coverage, I guess, but it's kind of typical in a lot of situations, but I just thought in, cases like that where we have the housing authority certainly is as an operating entity, and it's receiving income, and it's operating within a budget, and certainly so is the hospital and the College Pines nursing facility that's owned by a company in Dallas. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, but that's something that could be maybe explored. And then once we get past that, we start getting into some department-specific revenues, and particularly the community affairs, rock school stuff, and then recreation. So as we get into the expenditure side, I have that broken down further so you can kind of compare it to the expenditures. So I won't touch on that too much here. We'll wait till we get to that part to see that. But basically, it'll just be a snapshot of what's on this page, but transposed to underneath where the expenditures are.
What is CA Tours? It's right under the Rock School lease.
Community affair tours.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Community affair tours, okay.
And all these were named before I came. I wouldn't have named them, some of these, but some of the descriptions are confusing, but it's what's built into the system, and
Okay.
we'll just roll with
All
it. We have a pro rata down there, pro rata. That is reimbursement to the general fund for services that's provided to the utility fund. So like staff time, resources, the accounting software we use, all that stuff is paid out of general fund, but it's resources that utility fund's taking advantage of. So that's what that number is. Capital projects, again, similar concept. That's projects that the utility fund contributes towards that gets taken advantage of by them as well. And then festival revenues, $20,000. So one thing, the fund balance appropriated, it's fourth from the bottom, $238,279 last year. So that's where, if we were to balance any of the budget with fund balance, that zero would become whatever number we needed that to become. Does that make sense? So last year it was 238,000. Right now we have zero in there, but that can be adjusted. So overall, at the bottom, $7.5 million in revenues is what we conservatively project. So you can see that's down a little bit, about 190,000 from last year, and we'll cover that a little bit later as well.
Good. What this adds up to says that if we dipped into the reserves to the same extent that the council did last year, we would have a little more money this year
Um,
Last year, the
For-
council decided to add, to dip into the reserves by $238,000 to balance the budget.
right. Yeah, so we would have more revenues than we did last year.
Yeah, so
Yes,
if
sir.
we did that this year, we'd have a little more revenue this year than we had last year.
You're right.
Yeah.
Correct, yep. And the reason,
Hopefully, we're not gonna do that this year, so it's gonna be great to see in all the rest of this, how we're gonna live within the 7.5.
well, we'll get to that. But yeah, we have a little bit of a bump in revenues because we have a little bit more interest income, things like that, just little things that added up, so. All right. I'm sure you'll have more questions that'll be later on, but, this, you can keep this and reference it as we go along.
So before we get away from that, I guess along with what Councilman was saying, the housing authority, where they pay us a certain amount, below that it says Paramount Ford and Extreme Machines, is that the same thing they kind of donate or give to the town to help out? Is that how that works?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and
So it's not a strange thing to ask people that we provide services to maybe pitch in a little bit?
yeah, and those two that you just mentioned, I'm not quite sure the background of that, because that was set up
Okay.
before I got here, but from my understanding, they're outside of city limits, but we ran sewer and water lines to them or something,
Okay,
so that they're acting as their annex, but they're actually not, so they, instead of paying taxes, because they don't get a tax bill, they just send us,
Part of that property is inside the city and part of it's not.
okay, gotcha.
yeah. So Burke County won't tax them, but from our offices, we'll send them a letter and an invoice based on what their property taxes would be for the year.
What it would be,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Mr. Weichel, would you like to take a break?
Yes, please.
Take 10 minutes, please.
It's a good stopping point.
Thank you.
see.
Tell them.
Okay. So we made it to Exhibit 6 now. We're going to jump into expenditures. I'll hand this Exhibit 6 out.
If these increased here, means we're gonna get more money next year than we did this year.
All right, so Exhibit 6 is the expenditures. That's why you have a packet, so each page is a department in the general fund. And what we're going to do, it's going to get a little confusing here, but I'm going to hand out Exhibit 7 so that you can use them in tandem. So I'm going to reference Exhibit 7, but I'm not going to bring it up on the screen so we don't jump back and forth unless we need to. We're just going to keep Exhibit 6 up on the screen. So Exhibit 6 is the budgeted expenditures. Exhibit 7 is basically a little cheat sheet to show what has changed, major changes. I'm defining major changes by $1,000 or more compared to last year. So remember, zero-based budgeting, we look at not just new expenditures, but also we want to compare to last year's. So we'll just start, and what we're doing, we're not doing any particular order for department-wise. We're just going to go in account code order. So the council's budget is account code 4100. So we'll start there, and it goes up from there. So in account 4100, and you'll see the similar outline. We got salaries and wages at the top. It goes down through insurance and other expenses. So this is our smallest department budget. Two things that had point out to your attention: under salaries and wages, they've gone down a little bit, and also under the medical insurance line, what we call group insurance, in 060, that decreased from last year, and because we have a council member that is not taking the stipend or the insurance. So that's why you'll see that change. And you can see that on Exhibit 7 noted here. So I'll just kind of go around and show you that. So this line, that's our new number. This is last year's number. That's the change. So it's the same. That's showing him how to read this. So we've got 15,500 this year. So that one,
discrepancy of $80,000 or $100,000 in one line item versus another line item for the same one. Why would that just happen? I'll look at it. And that's, efficiency council, task force. Yeah.
Separate working managers.
That'd be easy space search.
Right. Right.
All right. And then to the right of, we're on Exhibit 6 now. To the right, you'll see in red, this won't be in the adopted budget, but the manager cuts column. So this is where the manager went through and met with departments and made his recommended cuts, and had them go back and fine tune it. So, for example, the miscellaneous line, 570, the original budget number was $1,000, and it was cut by 500. So you'll see it went down in red 500, and the budget number is now $500 in green, because it was 1,000. So that's kind of a good example to understand the format here. All right, so governing board overall budget, $65,000, and that's the bottom right number in yellow.
And that's
All right,
compared to
before you get ready
76.
to go on to the next one?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
That's all right. And that's compared to 76,000 last year.
correct.
So it has decreased by $11,000.
You're right. You got it.
Yes, I would like to, I'd like the council to consider a change in items, salaries and wages, and group insurance. If you add those two together, we're talking about the benefit that the council members and the mayor receive from the town, which works up to about $13,000 a person. The mayor gets a little more honorarium. That 18,300 as you break out, 2,800 of that goes to each council member, and I think it's 4,300 goes to the mayor, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the mayor gets a little extra for the extra meetings that he attends, or being here every day or something like that. But at any rate, well deserved. But at any rate, and then we also are entitled to group insurance, in which if you look at last year's budget, that was for 6 people, that works out to about $9,000 a piece. So council members are getting benefit of about $12,000 to $13,000 a year. What I would like the council to consider is get out of the employee group insurance program and put the entire $12,000 or $13,000 under honorarium for at least 3 reasons. One is transparency. I don't think many citizens understand that this platinum insurance plan that we make available to the town employees, we are also taking advantage of ourselves by participating in it. So if we take it out of there, it's a little more transparent. Another factor is, I've managed employee group insurance plans for 30 years. And the factors are always how much you use it and all the benefits. And it's also the average age of the people covered. You go across this councilwoman award accepted, we're probably doubling the average age of the town employees. So I would like to have a serious look and check with our insurance broker. If we dropped out the council members, let them take this $9,000 a year as honorarium instead of as help group insurance coverage, how much would that drop our overall group insurance plan?
Okay.
And then I have an ethical problem with it. I guess it's ethical, or maybe it's just a personal standard. I think when we as a council sit here and we make a decision about an employee benefit, and we make it for all the right reasons. We have a lot of employees who are not well paid, making $35,000, $40,000 a year. They deserve every bit of insurance coverage we can afford to give them. So we give them that plan, that platinum plan, for the best reasons in the world. But then we turn around and dip into it ourselves. And that seems like a conflict of interest almost. So I think we ought to bring it all out, put it on one line as honorarium. When people run for office, they can decide whether to take the honorarium or not. But, and the other thing is, I mean, somebody resigns, and then you have an appointment for a year. So that person comes on for a year, and they get into the group insurance plan. So it's also a paperwork issue for the people who manage it, for the broker who manages it. Now I make this recommendation with the understanding that all of us who are on the group insurance plan now, we can't change July 1st because our group insurance goes on a calendar year in almost every case. But so if we make a change like this, the change cannot take effect until the 1st of January. But instead of having us stay off our group insurance plan next year and come on the towns, let us take this extra honorarium to cover our group insurance, if that's the purpose of it. So that's the philosophy behind my suggestion, that we give this a serious consideration, and it would help to have the numbers, of course, from the insurance broker to know how much would that impact our overall group insurance rates. But I think it just would be helpful if we could manage the group insurance plan based on a known population of employees and not an unknown population of, we're gonna have 4 more people, four new council members run in 2025. 4 of us gonna be up for election or replaced. We could have 4 new 90-year-old people on this council. So, at any rate, that's my suggestion. That's my philosophy behind it.
Okay. So you would move what we're paying for group insurance up to the stipend for council members, is what you're recommending?
That would move it there, that's right.
Okay.
And that would drop the overall that would drop the overall insurance premium, because you'd have theoretically 6 people drop off it.
Okay. So, and just a reminder, our insurance plan starts in June 1st. So it's a June through May plan. So.
Yeah, it'll take some administrative adjustment by both the insurance carrier and our council members. But I know, if everybody dropped out of their own insurance plan for this year, they can't get back on until December, probably.
June is when the renewals are, so.
June is when the town changes, yeah.
Yeah. their own, well, if there's a significant change, I think you can get on.
Yeah, I know if you drop off of the, the group health insurance, you have a qualifying event. So you can open enrollment through the, most people secure health insurance if they don't have a group plan, that they secure it through private insurance, which is under the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and they can open enrollment usually the first of the year, but that would be a qualifying event. They could go into individual health insurance at that point. But I do know that, group health insurance is based upon experience, claims experience, and age. It'd be interesting to look at that to see if that would be an impact.
Okay.
And how much that would impact the group health insurance.
Yep, we'll ask our broker to see if they can run those numbers, see if it could save us anything doing that way.
But it is, again, these health insurance benefits are strictly voluntary based upon the council member's situation and access to, to benefits and, in consideration of the time that is spent, serving the town. So all those things are taken into consideration. But, I hear Councilman Harvey's suggestion, and I'm not opposed to looking at how that might affect the group health insurance rate.
I would rather pay for my husband, I took it, because I was like, it's, I am losing a lot of work with the business I do, but with events and things, I do have to put off a lot of work to be at the meetings and things, but if it was to save the town anything, to say, okay, is it being a stipend, I wouldn't even want that much. I mean, if it would help to get, just to reimburse him where he works to make up for some of the, I know that's, I don't know if that would help or not. I want to help any way I can to help others.
Sure.
Just something to look at.
Yeah, and just a reminder, our insurance rate right now is going at 3.7% for the plan that we have. So if there's anything less than 3.7, we'll report back to council and see what we can save, if anything.
Can I ask too, and I will once again say, I'm not opposed to looking at that either. I have no problem with looking at the insurance that Councilman Harvey suggested. I'm looking at the attorney fees going up $80,000. I know we have more meetings that are going on. Is there any way that our council could talk about maybe making sure we don't have more than 2 a month unless it's a budget? Because every time we're bringing our attorney, it's costing us a lot of money, and he's wonderful. I love Tim Swanson. He's first class. They provide first class service, but also we've got to remember every time he comes up here and stays, our meetings are longer. We're asking him to do more things. Then that's what's causing our attorney fees to go up, and that's a huge increase. If we're trying to cut money from the budget, to me, that's one way we ought to look, is that attorney fees.
Okay. And we're jumping a little ahead there, so we'll get to that as we go into the next department. So that's a good point. But is there anything else in the governing body budget we need to talk about? Okay. So now we'll transition down to administration budget, and this is where Councilman Loma was talking about attorney fees. Before we get to attorney fees, we're just going to go down the line here. So under salaries and wages for administration budget, one item that I'll bring to your attention is the town manager's salary. So in last year's budget, we already knew what the town manager's salary was. It was the $110,000 or so dollars. This year, we don't have a manager yet, so what I plugged in there was $140,000 for the budget. So if we hire a manager and higher than that, then that number will have to be adjusted. And that's why I have that in blue or near Exhibit 7, because I wasn't sure what council was thinking about, and don't have to make that decision today, but just know whatever that is, it will affect that number if it's more than $140,000. And of course, if it's less, then it'll go down. So jumping to attorney fees then. Last year we budgeted in that 040 line $40,000 for attorney fees because our fees were around $3,000 a month. It ranged from $2,500 to $3,500 a month. But now, based on the last couple invoices we've gotten, we're averaging around 10,000 a month, and so that's why it jumped up to $120,000 budget for the year for 12 months worth of work they're due for us. So that's an $80,000 difference. So it's about triple the amount of billable hours what they're doing.
Is there any way we could get a breakdown completely of what has been happening? That's something I've been meaning to email you about, is just so we'll know exactly. I know with the meetings too, something that I had noticed, we were gonna be able to have a meeting a couple weeks ago. Swanson wasn't gonna be in town, and he said, well, you just won't have an attorney there for that meeting. And Councilman Harvey said, we probably wanna have somebody there for, it was an actual meeting. So is it possible for us to have like our pre-agenda meeting? Do we need to have the attorney here for that meeting? And then as far as, I'll bring it up again, charging a small price for people to do the email searches. They said that when that had been, I guess, brought up before, it cut back on so many requests. But when I've talked to the attorney before, he said that was one of the things that is shooting up the cost. I mean, if all these people who want all the information want to get together and, save us a little bit of money too, just say, hey, I'm getting it this month, so it's not 6 requests going out. Yeah, ask for the emails, but maybe get together on it so it's not 6 people, because those were getting pricey, according to the attorney. I'm all for people getting the word out about whatever's going on, but I would suggest that we look at something to kind of, make it worth something to them. But I would like to see that breakdown at some point.
The monthly invoice breakdown?
Just, what's going to what, because I don't know. I know that we are having more meetings, yes. Is there a meeting that he does not have to attend?
Yeah. And their invoices, they do a good job breaking it down for us and itemizing those things.
I actually had a hallway discussion with Attorney Swanson last week after our planning meetings. And he said he'll speak to the, not where that $30,000 came from, but what we're showing here for what's the staff's recommending over 2020, over the current year, is just $3,000 more. And I personally, I think our meetings would be, even the preliminary meetings would be less smooth without him present. But as he pointed out, there were a number of things this year that happened that were unusual. Having sudden replacement of a manager, several contracts have been dealt with. He's had to review a lot of contracts this year he didn't have in the past. So it wasn't all just requests.
Yeah.
In fact, a smaller percentage of it than I realized was from these email requests. It was from a lot of other things. The planning alone, I mean, he was here all one day, and I'm still not quite sure why we spent all that time in those zoning meetings, but we had him a whole day just explaining, sitting there mostly while Mr. Johnson explained what the zoning was about. So those are the things that really run up the hours.
Yeah.
So I don't, he said he'll speak to it, and certainly we need to prove that item in May, and we will.
I think clarifying it to all of us would be good, so we're not, well, where's it, who's got, what's the issue, all that. Seeing it broken down would definitely help.
And so just a reminder, we're increasing that budget line, proposed increase, to help prevent the situation we are now, trying to get a budget amendment passed for it. So, if we don't use the full $120,000, then that money rolls back into the fund balance and it goes unused. So even though we're budgeting $120,000, doesn't mean we're going to spend 120.
Okay.
We could spend 100, we could spend 90. It just depends. But we want to make sure we cover ourselves so we don't have to go back to council for a budget amendment and then get in that situation.
I would just like to see this council really work to try to make sure that is not, that we lower that area, because if we want to make the cuts that we want to make, then that needs to be a place I think we need to really work at. And not saying that I appreciate everything Tim does and know that he has to come to our meetings, but we need to work at that.
All right.
What are these, we're going down the list here, I guess, but
Yeah.
what are the part-time pay and the professional services? What are those items that are pushing it up so much? Is professional services, is that the legal fees? Is that in there?
Yeah, that's where the attorney fees are. That's why that's jumping up so much. And that also includes things like our audit contract, our actuarial services that we get for other post-employment benefit study that we have to do every year for the statutes that goes into our audit contract. So those services are built into that. So those prices aren't changing much. The main driver there is those attorney fees in that line. So that's why I have it broken down there on 040 attorney fees. Okay.
We're still on this chart administration, right? We're on the
Governing body.
administration.
Yeah, administration. Yep. So basically, you'd think of this as like town hall budget, outside of planning. They
Now,
have
on the
their own
cheat
budget.
sheet, you've got a few items here.
Mhm. So I've listed all these. We don't have to cover each one of them. I just wanted you to go back and have time to look at it on your, later on. We can answer questions if you have any, if you see any right now. Some of these smaller amounts, the insurance and the retirement system, you'll see those increases for every department because those are the mandated increases that we have for retirement, and then our 3.7% for insurance. If you drop down to the last one, the Burke County Board of Elections, so they increased a lot. I guess they used to cover, from what I understand, they used to cover a lot more for the town, but they've got a new director that's charging things out more to the municipalities for elections. So that's why we used to only spend around $1,500, but that jumped up. If you recall, we did a budget amendment earlier this year because our last elections was around $7,000. So we have that line in the item so that we don't have to run into that situation again. That's why that's increased.
I'd like to get into the training item a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
What are those funds used for?
Those are used for continuing education conferences, like the manager, he has the ICMA conferences, those conferences that you have to attend to get points to keep up your certifications. So the conferences, the travel involved with that, those are what's under the training line.
That the manager has to do?
The manager and other staff too, yeah, because we all have certain certifications that we have to
But
keep.
the other administrative staff?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so if the town were to do staff-wide training of some major areas, where would that money be allocated?
What do you mean by staff-wide
Okay.
training?
There are three areas where I think serious staff training needs to be done. The most glaring is probably organizational development and teamwork. And there are companies that do training in that area where they'll train an entire staff, take them through a training process. I'm not aware that the town has been doing that kind of training, and I look back through these other activity sheets, and I don't see any indication of funding there that gets spread across. But, in that area of teamwork, the impression we've been hearing from a lot of citizens for years is the staff is running the town. The impression I get as a council member is the staff is operating as about 9 silos. in fact, in some cases, employees from one department are not even allowed to be on the premises of another department. It's like it's almost foreign nations. We have equipment duplicated. You know, you look across the capital improvement budget, you see in the capital budget a $40,000 mower for waterworks. Well, how many mowers does Public Works have that should be, why can't they mow the waterworks grass? You know, it's just so much of this silo kind of thing that I think if we could spend about $10,000 on teamwork training, we might be able to save many times that to avoid duplicated effort, waste of time. There's another area that's very closely related to that, and that's customer service training, where companies today are spending a lot of money and time training their employees in how to treat customers. You see the results of it. It's become more and more popular with companies. It's even getting into government agencies. I've had state agencies that I've dealt with come back and quiz me on the customer satisfaction part of it. That kind of training would, I think, greatly elevate the relationship between citizens and employees. And the third area that's critical is process improvement. I've been reviewing applications of people who applied for manager, the manager opening. One or two of them even mentioned that I've had Six Sigma experience. And that tells me that he's into process improvement training in a pretty sophisticated way. And you know, I've subscribed to this. I had to get something, but ended up subscribing to the PMA magazine, which is for public managers, public administrators. There's a lot of articles lately on process improvement, how you bring it into a municipality. That's something that I think, again, if we could get our staff and our management attuned to that and into those processes, and how you measure progress, you know, how you survey, how you use that data, it's the kind of thing that would pay back many times over, or could pay back many times over in new revenue, in savings, and certainly in customer satisfaction. So those are three areas of training that I'd like to see us budget at least $10,000 for each one of those three areas and get the whole staff involved in it. And I think there's no better timing to do something like that than when we're bringing a new manager on board, especially if it's a manager who's been accustomed to those kind of processes and that kind of training. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not helping the process. I realize if I'm suggesting we add $30,000 to the training budget, but hopefully the payback would be well beyond that.
Okay, we'll make note of that. And that's something that is that a specific program design, probably budget in the capital improvement plan as one of those one-time expenditures or a particular training program. So just to answer your original question, where would it be budgeted? I would probably budget under the CIPs.
Probably budget where?
Under the capital improvement plan, so under capital, because it's a contract that would be above, $5,000, so we would try to, and it's a one-time expense. So the theory behind that is it would be under the capital plan.
Well, it's confusing sometimes with capital improvement because I'm accustomed to capital being related to capital investment and assets.
Right. Well, employees are assets too. So.
But to me, it's a training, and it's probably something that the town ought to be doing every year. So yeah. I don't know if it's a one-time thing or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's see, where were we? All right, going down the list here. So there's some things, the administration budget, it pays for all the other general fund departments and some, so like if you look down, let's see, insurance and bonds line 540. So instead of breaking it out across every department to make the accounting simpler, we bring all that right back into the administration line. So out of that line, it pays for all the workers' comp and property and liability insurance that the town has across our general fund departments. So I say general fund because it doesn't, we want to make sure we keep utilities separate from that. So your planning, public works, rec, community affairs, all those are lumped into there. So that's why the administration budget looks so big, because there's some things in there that covering town-wide. I just wanted to point that out. That goes for the IT costs as well. Another thing that we just pay out of one account there.
It's gotta be in some budget, so you're just putting it in
Right.
administration.
Right. So if you go down to the bottom, the manager went through his thing, cut out $17,000. Our overall increased over last year. And again, that increase is mainly due to what's on Exhibit 7. So those lines, your biggest driver is your town manager salary and then your attorney costs. The other things are a little incremental increases, but that kind of gives you an idea why that happened.
Mr.
Bo,
Wackle,
what's
I
the
have,
drop in contracted services? What is that?
Yeah, that's basically the same question I had. I would like to see a breakdown of contract services that we are getting or paying for.
Okay.
And why are we paying for those types of services?
Yeah,
I
can
don't
you
know.
tell us what you mean by contracted services?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
Well,
what
why-
does the town mean by them?
yeah, why are we contracting this type of service?
Yeah.
I don't understand. It's just like, last week, Councilman Harvey and I got a call, and the COG is contracted to look at our not wastewater. our
Stormwater.
Stormwater drains. And, why are we contracting with them to do that? Is that not something we can't do in-house? And that, I'd like to see a breakdown of all the contract services we are paying for. And if you go through, like the Public Works, the next page, got a $10,000 contract service that we are paying.
Each department will have that.
Each department will have that,
Yeah.
Mostly because we cannot perform those types of jobs.
okay?
For example, stormwater, and Greg may have to help me here. GIS locating of our stormwater enforcement. To accomplish all that, we would probably have to hire another one or two employees to accomplish what the state, and this is an unfunded state mandate. You have to do this or else. It's usually cheaper to contract the service, or it's such a specialized service that we don't provide that, or don't have that, resource, so that's contracted service.
Well, could there be a specialized person, or can you break down what is contracted for us? And
Yeah.
can we see that? Can each department do that?
Yeah, we can provide that. I'll just give you an idea for town hall, what's under that line is things like our alarm system, our copier lease,
Okay,
the charging stations up, across from the fire department, the
Right.
maintenance on those, that's included under that line. So it's little things like that add up to that number. For the Greenway Transit, which we'll get to that in a little bit, but that contribution to them is under there. So it's the little things that add up to that.
and I think that's the question that I have. Could we not provide those services ourselves? And I think Mr. Mayor just said that we'd have to hire one or two more people to do that.
It's like the alarm service, we can't do that.
Right.
The Greenway provision, we don't do that. So there are those things that we cannot do.
They're like the storm drain. Can we do the storm drain?
Not for the price that we're getting it done right now.
Do what now?
We'd have to hire an employee to manage that, whereas the idea between having a contract is they have an employee that manages all other towns. So
It's cheaper.
we're spreading the cost across, yeah. That's why we go that route, because we're spreading the burden on one person that does all the municipalities, whereas if we had one person doing it without that expertise, we'd be missing. So it's kind of like a peer group user.
So, Mr. Mayor just said that we're required by state to do those types of things, the storm drains.
Some of
Is
them,
that
yeah,
correct?
storm drains is one of them.
So we contract that out because we can't do it in-house.
And it's cheaper to contract it out.
Okay.
We can contract it out cheaper than we can hire and pay an employee.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have an employee on our staff that can do that type of work, because that takes more of an expertise item that we'd have to hire specifically for. So those types of things where we have to hire a specific person, sometimes it's cheaper to contract that out because they already have that person in place and they're spreading their costs through multiple towns that use them.
Kind of like group insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got group insurance is cheaper than if you go out and try to get it individually.
Hey.
Comparison.
Councilman Ogle mentioned that the two of us got a call last week. The purpose of the call, I think, goes back to this customer service thing that I mentioned earlier. The problem was an owner was being threatened by an outside agency being called in, but had never been warned ahead of time there was a problem. And that's the kind of thing that doesn't sit well in the community.
Okay. Thank you. Some other contracted services we pay for our banking fees to have the bank, our credit card fees, when they pay their utility payment with a credit card, those service fees. So that's all under contracted services. So just give you an idea.
I think my question is there not anything we can do in-house to cut down on those contract fees? And it sounds like there's not.
Sure. And we can look at it further with the efficiency committee if you'd like. I don't want to go down too far in that rabbit hole today because we got a lot to cover. So, all right. But yeah, we'll address that. So, capital outlay line 740. So every department's going to have that line if they have capital requests. We're going to get more into detail on that later, so I don't want to go into that, but I just wanted you to be aware of where it is for each department. So it's going to be towards the bottom, and then we'll get in more detail of what that capital item is. And then you've got debt service at the bottom, the 88,878. That's the town hall payment. So that's the debt that we covered earlier. That's where that gets plugged into. So the town hall debt service payment gets paid out of the administration budget. All right. So we're going to jump down to the Public Works Administration. So basically this is the budget over at Public Works Facility. It has a couple of employees under this budget. As you can see, not much of a change compared to last year. The manager's gone through, made his cuts. Those adjustments have been made. Medical insurance, retirement system increased a little bit. But you'll notice on Exhibit 7, I'll highlight a couple things here. And they're not big increases, but they are increases. We have a web-based work order program that we use called iMaintenance, and that did increase, their fees increased last year, or for this upcoming year, they've notified us. And then our fuel system that we use, they have upgraded their system to where we're using different software, and they're going to have an annual fee that's associated with that. So that's why I have it in new next to it, as you can see on Exhibit 7. Just to give you an idea, it's a new item, so there was no prior budget number at 0. and then this year it's $2,500. But back on Exhibit 6, you can see the recommended budget is $253,200 for that department. And again, they also have, you know, the group insurance, retirement, things like that that are numbers that percentage increases that we know. And then they have a capital line there at the bottom that we'll get into later. Is there any questions on this? Because I don't want to get too far into the details, but what we're looking at is going to be a similar thing as we go through each department. So you'll have salaries, maintenance, repair, capital outlay, and debt at the bottom. So obviously this department doesn't have any debt, so there's nothing listed there.
Yeah, the column that's missing here that is making this difficult for me, I guess, because I've always been accustomed to seeing it in the past, my past life, is we have the 23-24 budget column, and then we have the 24-25 recommended. What we do not have is a column of 23-24 anticipated. So, you know, we don't really know where these 23-24 budget numbers fell through the first, what are we now, in 9 months into the fiscal year. So we're not seeing any evidence of where we stand at the 9-month point.
Okay, that's a good point. So that data is what the manager goes over with the department, so where we are at 9 months through the year. And that work is done in the back end so that he can see where the anticipated rate, the amounts are going to be. That's where the manager cuts column comes into play, because he said, okay, let's just say for that training line 140, so $2,500, we're not going to, we budgeted $3,000 last year. Looks like we're not going to use all that, so that's where he said, okay, we can make that cut there. So we're going to knock it back down, because it looks like we're only going to need $2,500 throughout the rest of this year, and thus $2,500 for next year. So that's kind of where that's coming. You're not seeing the data, but it is playing a factor in there through the budget process.
But you know, the obvious question here is, what's the zero-based process? If the staff had 9-month numbers, and what are they doing? They just adding to those 9-month numbers? Is just adding another few percent this year to come up with the 2024 number? Or did they actually go back to zero and come up with totally new calculations?
Right, because every year things are pretty much the same. So even though you're starting zero, you're building back up to that amount, right? So that's where we looked at the past expenditures, but also the new expenditures at the same time. So we're not just adding a percentage to it. We're looking at what was needed in the past. Are we going to need it in the future? And is there anything new that's also needed? Okay. All right.
Mr. Wackel, if you look down there on Public Works Administration, the capital outlay,
Yes, sir.
it says there's a $4,880 cut. That doesn't add up. I'm not sure. Like it's $41,000 in the 23-24 budget. It's $45,000 in the 24-25 budget.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a cut of $4,880. I don't see that.
Okay, so that number in red, that's not comparing the 2 years. That number in red was the original number in green, and then the manager went back and cut out 4880 to drop it down to the 45. Yeah, so the original request was for 50,000, let's just round up, and it was cut, so we're down to 45. That's what that means.
So basically, they asked for $50,000 for capital outlay. Our manager, Mr. Steen, cut it for $4,800.
Yes, sir, you got it. Good question.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, your exhibit 7 is the one that's comparing prior and and current year. All right, if we jump down to grounds and maintenance. There's not a whole lot of change on the operating side. And I did forget to mention, Exhibit 7's all operating stuff. So it doesn't include any capital items. Those will have their own exhibits later on. I know it's confusing, but the way we got to incorporate in the budget, we got to look at it two different ways. So the grounds and maintenance budget, it looks like it jumped up a lot. Operating wise, if you look at your Exhibit 7, it really didn't increase very much. What's driving that up is the capital outlay, because last year, if you look, the second one from the bottom, it was 0 last year. We didn't have any capital requests in that department. This year, we have $49,000 worth of capital requests, which is making your overall budget requested go up. But capital-wise, it only had these little increases here. Mainly, again, your group insurance and your state retirement. Overtime had a little bit of an increase because the increase for employee help was 10 hours per year was the request, and you can see that on your Exhibit 7. I know this is a lot of data and it can get a little boring, but I just want to make sure we presented everything we had here as we go along. Is there any questions on this department? Okay. All right, we'll get to the planning department. So you'll notice on this one, we have, as you know, we have a part-time employee in this department that we have to budget for. But we also have money in there for additional money for a full-time employee in case that happens. So again, this is just a budget, so we may not end up using that, but if that employee leaves, then we have to account for that, and that's what that's doing. So I just wanted you to see that. It might look a little funny why we have $40,000 for full-time and $40,000 for part-time. That's kind of what that is.
Could we bore into this one a little bit? In the 23-24 budget, we have salaries and wages, $40,920. What were those wages for? Who were they paid to?
No, yeah, they're not paid to anybody at this moment because we don't have a full-time employee. Had we?
I'm talking about the 23-24 budget.
Yes. They're still sitting there because we haven't paid anybody.
So
we
budgeted that, but
we're not going to use it because we still have a part-time employee.
So what is that 40,920 budgeted in 24-25 for? What is that for?
Same concept. If our part-time employee decides to leave, we have to hire, right? We have to hire a full-time position. So
what's the part-time employee?
That's the current pay that we have for the part-time employee. So
So in 23-24, we're paying the part-time employee for $39,660, right?
Yes.
And we have budgeted to do that in 24-25. Is that right?
Correct.
Because he's going to continue. He's not retiring. Is that right?
As far as I know, yeah.
Well, that's personnel planning. That's the manager's call. So if that's what we know, what's the other $40,920 for?
It's like a contingency.
That's
What?
their.
It's like a contingency.
Why would we budget a contingency? I understand a contingency, but this is not a contingency. This is a salary.
It keeps us from having to go back and make the budget amendment. If
Yeah.
the part-time person quits, then that full-time salary will come into play.
So that's saying we're gonna pay the full-time person
If the part-time person-
$83,000? Is that what we're saying?
No.
No, we could if we needed to, but what that's saying is the money's there so that council doesn't have to go back in the mid-year, say the
All right,
part-time.
but explain to me how that is zero-based budgeting. If we do not have a full-time employee on the staff, in the schedule, in the staff plan for 24, 25, why are we budgeting for it?
Because it's a new potential expenditure. that we
No,
have to
it's
consider.
not, you're saying it's potential. That's not zero base. Zero base is we either have it or we don't have it.
Zero base looks at old and new expenditures.
What's
So
the new expense?
a full-time person.
We don't have a full-time person,
We don't yet, but it could be a new,
but we don't know that.
that's
Why
why
would we
we,
budget for something we don't know?
because we want to be sure we're prepared for that scenario.
I mean, we could budget $1 million for things to be prepared for the sky falling, but that's not what budgeting is about. A budget is a financial plan where you're budgeting funds that you assume that you're sure you're gonna need, but if we have a part-time employee, and that's what we plan for the upcoming year, it's up to the new manager to decide whether we're gonna have a full-time person or a part-time person, and let him come back to the council and ask for funds.
Okay.
But, well, you know, why do we, I don't understand why we budget for something that is a contingency.
Well, that's why I brought it to your attention for the council to see it was there. Okay? We budget for it because we may need it. If we don't need it, it will roll back into fund balance.
No, that's not the way you
But-
budget.
Well,
You budget things that you need, that you know you're gonna need. You don't budget for things you may not need.
Mr. Steen, can you speak to that, how that is done?
Well, I'm assuming this has been going on for a while, and I'm sure you have flexibility. I mean, I don't know that if you do it one way or the other, it's gonna make a whole lot of difference, other than having to have a step that you'd have to go through if and when that change comes about.
we know that eventually we're gonna need a full-time employee, so that money's there.
No,
as
we
a-
don't know that. We do not know that. If you
Well,
look at the 2021, 2022, or the 22 actual, 23 budget, all along there, we had salaries and wages of just a few $100s, which I assume was clerical support or something, I don't know, part-time pay. But all of a sudden, 23, 24, we have $40,920 in there, and we're not seeing that column of what we expect it to be, but you say we expect it to be zero in 23, 24. Why would we put it back in another year if we don't know what the position? Well, I mean,
Well, we need
we
to,
don't know what this new manager's, we might hire a manager who is a planning expert, and he may say, we don't need that position.
okay. Well, and that's why I brought it to the council's attention, so they're aware of what this is, because I know it looks a little confusing. What we want to do is make sure we don't shortchange ourselves in the future budgets. So that's why it's there as a placeholder for that purpose. If council wishes that it's not there, then easy peasy, we'll just take it
Well,
out.
this council member says, keep it on there. See, that's the problem we have when you talk about zero-based budgeting, and it's not zero-base. It's just redoing last year's budget, as far as I can tell.
Well, remember, personnel costs are pretty much the same every year, right? Except for COLA. So that in the zero-based budget, you have, we're getting too far down the rabbit hole there, but, remember, we're looking
I guess
old.
part of the issue is we don't, our planner, we don't know if he's gonna be part-time. We don't know his retirement date is one of the,
Yeah.
one of the
And
concerns.
we can't budget for what we don't know.
Yeah, so it's something we, if council wishes to
That'll
take
come
it
up
out.
again, so go ahead.
Okay. No, I appreciate the thought. Just know if we do need a full-time planner at some point in the year, that we'll have to do a budget amendment to account for that. All right.
Why has the capital outlay budget increased so much in planning?
Good question. It has. And we'll get to capital items later on, if that's okay, and we can explain more about what's going on there. But good observation there. All right, let's move on to the police department, if that's what everybody wishes to do. Okay.
You'll know at 12:30 we'll break for lunch. Mr. White will serve.
Okay. So we'll continue on. So police is the next department in line, and that will be the top of the new page. So again, we're just comparing, some changes from last year. If you'll notice, if you drop down to line 450 on your Exhibit 7, so that you see a big decrease in their budget right there. So last year, we had budgeted for a Motorola Solutions reporting system. That didn't come to fruition. Instead, they went with a different option called Freedom web-based. Computer-aided dispatch system is what it's called. So this is something I may be misquoting, but it's through the county and it's state funded, so there's no cost to the town. So that's why you'll see a decrease in that budget line there of 19,000. We also had gotten some new body cameras last year, you're aware of. So the cost for the cloud storage is also under that 450, that contracted services. So that's another thing that's under contracted services for police. So the storage, cloud-based storage for those, we have to pay an annual fee for the storage on that. So that is a new expenditure that we didn't have last year that we had to put in the budget. Other than that, there's just some minimal cuts and changes there. Any particular questions on this?
Yeah, the increase in capital outlay, again, those things really stick out to me.
Sure.
He's gonna go over those separate.
Yeah, but that's, yeah.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So we'll go exactly what that $56,000 is for, so. But yeah, that's a good observation, we had a little increase there. And then, of course, the debt service we talked about earlier, that will be the last time that shows up on this
Okay.
budget, okay?
Can I ask how long we drive our cars?
We're trying to get on a 10-year rotation, so every 10 years replace a vehicle.
Okay.
Chief, how does that work for you? 10
Yeah.
years seems like a long time for a police car.
It is a long time. Most departments are going 5 years, but, we put forth all that money as a town to start the take-home car program, which is a needed thing. It's gonna make your cars last longer. The other thing that hurts a little bit on that is we're bouncing 12,000 miles a year. So it's 120,000 miles after 10 years usually. So that's why they kept it at 10 years. But they've made the investment to do the take-home car program, which is going to be a good recruitment tool. It makes us take better care of vehicles. It's just a win-win situation with the take-home car program. And I'd rather keep it than lose it, by
Gotcha.
trying to replace more frequently.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay.
Are we looking to replace any cars this year? Are we looking to replace any cars this year? Is that part of the capital budget?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So that includes one car, but we'll get to that. And I'll actually have an exhibit that shows all that for you. Yep. All right. Going on to fire department. If you look at exhibit 7 there for the fire department, so you'll see some nominal increases through there. We've got some tires that were not in the budget last year, but were needed for this year's budget. So you'll see for ladder 1, the fire marshal vehicle, our 2 sets of tires that we need to get. So that's new this year. Some water rescue dry suits, that's also was not needed last year, but we do need it this year. And then the debt for engine 1, so that was fully paid off in the current year budget that we're in right now. So that drops off. So that's why you'll see a drop in that debt there. So we still have debt on the ladder truck, but engine 1's, that debt has dropped off. And I mean, I should have said this earlier, but departments are welcome to come up and talk about their budgets too if we need them to, if you have any more specific questions. So the fire department budget, operational wise, not a big increase, just a few things here and there. The biggest thing you'll see and why there's a difference between this year and this year, or this year and last year, is that capital outlay item. So they didn't have any capital last year. They do have a capital request this year. So again, we'll get into that later, but that's the big driver there you'll see is the difference in overall. And as you look through this later on, you'll have more questions, so we'll be able to answer those as we go through later. Is there anything on fire that you guys want to talk about more specifically? Anything budget related? Okay. I'm just going through highlighting some of the big changes compared to last year. So the next department on the list is the streets department. Exhibit 7, you'll see we've got a little bit of an increase in overtime. Again, that's adding 10 hours per year for the part-time employees. Or I'm sorry, 10 hours of overtime, not part-time, I'm sorry, overtime. I'll draw your attention to line 133, streetlights. So Duke Energy is doing a rate increase. So you'll see a small energy increase in each department, but here for streetlights, because that's a constant source of power that we're using. And we didn't quite budget enough in this current budget year for those. We're a little short. So with the rate increase plus the shortage we were last year, we had to bump that up by, let's see what that number was, a little over $8,000. So we're not too far off this year. I think we were $2,000 or $3,000, going to be a little short. But so to account for that plus the rate increase, that's why you're seeing that much of a jump in that line. Line 170, that is your maintenance and repair of autos. So the increase there is due to what they call the diesel exhaust fluid. So that's an EPA mandated system that they're putting on all diesel vehicles these days to help with its environmental cost or environmental unit that they put on these diesel trucks. They clog up, and it's a lot of money to take these things off, unclog them, put them back on. So and if we take them off completely, we can get in big trouble with the EPA. So we have to keep those on those vehicles. But that is what's driving up our maintenance and repair line. Got a question?
Overtime pay for street folks, is that if they come out at night, or if you work an 8-hour day and you come out and work 3 hours at night, is that the overtime pay you're talking about?
Yeah, and if we have a snow event, we have to do plowing, that creates overtime as well. Just anything beyond the normal duties. I will draw your attention to second from the bottom, that big number, 225,000. So that is what gets transferred out of the street department fund to our paving projects. So you have that part, and then you also have the POW bill, which added together, and you'll see that in a second. those added together is the $350,000 that we transfer out of the budget to the project fund for paving. So it's an expense in the general fund that gets transferred out to a capital fund. So that's why it's accounted for right there. And then again, another capital outlay line, no requests last year, but we did have requests this year, so we'll get into that in a little bit.
What's the debt service on the street budget?
Yeah, the 53,000, that was a
What is that going for?
that was a couple years ago. Alan, do you remember what we purchased with that? I got my notes in the office, but.
It was the new leaf back machine, leaf truck.
Okay.
I didn't hear that, I'm
The
sorry.
Leaf truck.
leaf truck.
Okay.
Is that thing working?
So we got this year and the next year, and then it'll fall off after next year's budget. Okay, so the next department, it's kind of related to streets, but it's the PAL department, PAL bill department. It's not really a department, we just have to budget for it that way. There's no employees in this department. It's just PAL bill funds that we receive from the state. So remember we said back in the revenues, we talked about the $166,300 of revenue of PAL bill. Well, that's where it comes into play here in the budget. So what comes in goes out. The big chunk of this is under capital outlay, the $125,000. So that coupled with the $225,000 that we talked about in the street department, that's where that goes to the street paving. So the $20,000 we have budgeted to do sidewalk repairs, broken sidewalks. It's not really for new sidewalks, but more for repairing sidewalks if needed. Now, what happens if we don't use all this money in the PAL bill? It doesn't go into the general fund balance. The PAL bill has its own fund balance that we have to report to the state every year. So if we don't use the full amount that they gave us, it goes into a PAL bill fund balance report that we do, and then it's available for future use. And we can only carry that balance for so long, so we have to use it.
$166,000 this year in PAL bill money, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's for the 24-25 budget year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So we can count on that coming from the state, and then in turn, there's only certain things we can spend it on. It has to be street-related items. We can also use it for, equipment to help us perform those duties. But patching, holes, potholes, things like that, we can use it for.
Could you break down that debt service line for the prior 3 years, please?
Yes. So you talking about in the $125,000?
Right.
So that was just the money that we borrowed from ourselves to do paving work about 3 years ago that we were just paying back to the fund balance of the general fund. So we borrowed from the general fund balance so we wouldn't have to, because we had a healthy fund balance, so that we wouldn't have to borrow from a private lender. And then what the PAL bill did was every year it allocated the $125,000 to pay that paving back, is what that was doing. So we paid that internal debt off now. So now I moved it up to capital outlay.
How much did we borrow back there in 21, 22?
I think it was like $300 and some thousand, something like that.
But the debt service adds up to 375. So that's was my understanding was that we had, I kind of, as you know, I thought that borrowing out of our left pocket and paying it back out of our right pocket was a little bit of funny accounting anyway. But it was my understanding that we, in 23, 24, we only had we only owed ourselves about 50-some thousand, not the whole 125,000.
Yeah, that 23, 24 number, that actually, it's labeled in our debt service, but actually got transferred out to the paving project fund.
It's what?
So it got transferred out to the paving project fund like we're doing. I reallocated this year up to that line up above to make it more clear, because I know there was a lot of confusion there. But if you look at that 2020, the 23 actual, 22, 23 actual, that 125,000 in that line, that was to pay ourselves back. And then the 23, 24 budget, that's where it got sent to the capital project fund. So I've got it relabeled this year. It's doing the same thing as it did last year, but it's relabeled so it's a little more clear for everybody. I label it as capital instead of debt service. When I do the report for the state, I have to label it as debt, so that's why I had it, because it's debt going to a capital project fund. It's all accounting stuff, but does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Move along to the sanitation department. So this department has one employee in it. The largest item you're going to see on this budget is under that contracted services line. So that is our Republic contract. We service around 1,700 some customers with that. As we reviewed earlier, they have it built in their contract to go up every year on us. We have negotiated with them. I've tried to get that rewritten so that they wouldn't go up on the CPI on us, but they're sticking strong to that. I don't know what else to say to that, but that's kind of what their number is for us, and we really don't have much of an option unless the council wanted to consider bringing that back in-house one day. If we did that, a lot of things to consider would be the safety of our employees. That's a high-risk job, and the equipment's a lot of money. So just running some quick numbers, I think we could probably break even if we invested in 2 trucks and all the bins that we'd have to buy for all our customers. We'd probably break even after 5 years. But then your trucks are 5 years old at that point, and they take a lot of wear and tear. So that's just something to consider. I don't know if that's worth the cost to get out of the Republic contract or not. You're exchanging one headache for another. I know that question's been come up a lot, is bringing it back in-house. But
How long is the contract for with Republic?
it automatically renews every year and then it's like a 5-year term. Yeah. So we're in that renewal period now. And we've called around trying to find other providers that provide the service, and they're about the only game in town.
That's trash pickup and recycling, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And another big name in the industry is Waste Management, and I actually talked to them at one of our conferences, and they said that they wouldn't even come in our area because it's owned by Republic. I guess they're pretty territorial, so they wouldn't come over here.
Well, I just, I don't understand, in 23, 24, there was 533,000, and in 24, 25, there's 388,000. At the bottom line there, it's a total.
Uh-huh.
And then there's only a difference of 1,290 manager cut. What's the difference in the, I don't understand that.
Sure.
I mean, you're looking at $200,000, 175,000.
Yeah, the biggest decrease there was your capital outlay line. So last year we had 165,000 in capital outlay.
Okay.
This year we're going down to 6.
Yeah.
And
okay.
that 165 was that used trash truck that we had to get to replace the older used one that we already had.
Mhm.
So that's why you have such a big decrease right there. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you explaining that.
Is that, you said that capital outlay includes a new track hoe that we're going to get? Is that what you said?
No,
Okay. I'm just searching.
no. The used trash truck was what we bought this current year.
Trash truck. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I got you.
So just to give you perspective, the rate that Republic is going to that they charge us is $14.24 a month for trash and recycling. We're currently charging $12.30 on our bills, so that's a $2 difference. Just keep that in mind as we go through the day, that we're subsidizing the trash charges, trash and recycling charges that Republic charges us. We're subsidizing that with other revenues such as taxes or things like that. So in an ideal world, we would be dollar for dollar, whatever Republic's charging us, we would pass it on to the customers that are receiving that service. But, and we do get a discount through Republic because we are a large provider. If the customer contracted with them individually, the price would be more. We'll get a bulk discount as well. We go through the hassle of offering that service.
Did you say a minute ago you don't know when this contract's up for renewal with Republic?
No, it is up for renewal.
It is up for renewal?
Yes.
So we're going out with new bidding requests this year?
Well, it's an automatic renewal, so we have called other providers and they're not available to come into our area. So I guess what I'm saying is Republic kind of has our hands tied, unless we bring it in ourselves.
Unless we do it ourselves.
Yeah.
So you're saying you can't get anybody else to bid on it?
I haven't been able to find anybody.
Have we
Alan,
advertised very widely for it?
Well, it's a service that doesn't get traditionally, you're thinking about bidding it out traditionally, but it's a service that only Republic provides in our area.
It's kind of like Duke Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have
that's a good
what's-
example.
yeah.
I see another company picking up trash in RC, I think. Is that a different waste company?
I'm not familiar with,
I believe they only do solid waste containers.
are you talking about Blue Ridge?
No, the BRW or something or another, because the owners have changed since I knew that company, but I think it was looked into, and it was like, we only do these big metal
Yeah, that's
containers on construction sites.
Yeah, if it's the company that I called earlier this
Yeah.
year, they only do the dumpster roll-offs, they don't do residential trash and recycling. But I just wanted to make you aware, $14.24 a month is our cost, and we're charging $12.30 a month.
12:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
So our revenues are less than what we're expending. So,
We've been able to do that for, I guess, a number of years. We've been doing that for a while, I think, subsidizing the cost of sanitation services.
yeah, let's see. Hold on one second, I can tell you when we did our last. So back in fiscal year 2021, we raised the recycle fees by $1. So that was the last increase that we did to our customers. So it's been 3 years ago. And at that time, I think we raised it to match what they were charging us, or close to it. All right. We've got 2 more departments to go through, and then maybe we can stop for lunch. Okay. Are we all good with sanitation? Want to move on now? Okay. All right, Recreation Department. So we'll see on Exhibit 7, refer to that. Part-time pay. So the departments is requesting an hourly rate increase, and I don't have my notes of exactly what those are. We can get that later, but it results in about a $21,000 increase in part-time pay. This is just to get them up to try to be competitive with other providers in the area, pools and so forth. Even our concession stand workers, I mean, they can make more at McDonald's at this point. So I don't know why we was using McDonald's as a comparison, but no slam to them. But that's an increase that you'll see there. And then actually a couple decreases I'll point out to you in line 131, natural gas. So we're thinking that if we do end up getting a permanent structure over the pool, that will help cut down on some costs on chemicals and things like natural gas energy usage with that permanent structure. So that's built into the budget. If we don't do a permanent structure, that will have to be adjusted differently. But right now, we're making the assumption this is a new feature in the budget. We're going to plan for it accordingly like that. And then building repairs line went down by almost $11,000, and that's because we had some repairs that were done at the building last year's budget that they're finished, so we don't need those anymore. So that's why we decreased that line. That was under line 150. So it went from 33 down to 22. And then at the bottom of this sheet, the revenue side, so this is a snapshot from Exhibit 4, the overall revenues. So what I did, I took that and cut it over here. So that's so that you can see what the recreation department's bringing in versus what their budget is. So they're bringing in $315,000. Their budget is at $1.1 million.
Well, the basic question there is, one of the guidelines that the council adopted was that there will be a different fee structure for residents and non-residents. But these fees seem to be the same ones that we had in 24.
Yeah, that's a good observation. And we'll get into that a little bit later, probably after lunch, but the reason why they're pretty much the same, we already had that fee structure in place for outside users versus inside users. What we did, we increased a little more this year. We were at a 33% gap. We went up to 35%, and we feel that at that point, beyond that 35%, you're going to start losing customers and losing revenue.
But you're putting thinking in here, and my question is, when we constructed this, when we did our zero-based budgeting and we constructed a new fee schedule, a new proposed fee schedule, did we implement a very distinctive difference between residents and non-residents with each of the fees? 1 day swim pass from there on, every fee. Has that been implemented or not?
Yes, it has been implemented.
But we don't get any more money.
Because if we increase any more than we already are at, we'll start losing customers.
No.
So
We had increased that last year.
No. We're not answering the question. We're talking past each other. I'm asking if there's going to be a distinctive fee differential between residents and non-residents for this year.
yes, there is.
It's going to be implemented.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep.
Then why does the revenue not change? Are we not going to charge non-residents more?
That rate structure is similar to the one that was already adopted last year.
No.
So
Yeah.
No, I think what we heard last year was that the rates, it was the 1 day fee was the same for residents and non-residents. Nobody ever discriminated between who was a resident and non-resident. Same way with the aquatics memberships. So people who are not residents of Valdese came to Valdese and joined our aquatics plan, which was much less than if they went to Morganton or went to Hickory. So question is, and I think the guideline was, let's spread that. Let's spread the cost of our recreation center across non-residents. Let's not decide on our own that if we raise our non-resident fee, they're not gonna come. Let them decide whether they're gonna come here or go to Morganton, which is what they're deciding now.
I agree with you on the difference between resident and non-resident fees. I'm very much in support of that. We did a lot of that last year because that was something I spoke to. I felt like we needed a difference in fees between what our residents pay, who pay taxes, and what non-residents pay. So I guess what we need to do is see what we implemented last year. I don't know if you have that with a membership that you can show us the prices, David, or how that was different, but we did do that last year, because I'm with you on that, 100%.
Yeah, we'll look at the rate and fee
Yeah.
schedule.
There's a
'cause
slight
it-
difference. Yeah, there was a
It
slight
should be,
difference.
yeah.
Yeah, and there's, yeah, if you'd like to.
Okay, I'll address this really quickly. Excuse me. For roughly the past 5 years, we have had an in-town versus out-of-town fee structure for memberships primarily. Day use passes have not been based on in-town, out-of-town, frankly asking people to
Okay,
show.
well,
the
that's
driver's
one of the fee-based services that would be covered by this guideline that the council approved.
license. Okay,
So what is a day pass? What's?
$5.
All right, and what is it for non-residents?
At this point, we don't have one.
So a
So it
non-resident
would be
can't come?
35%.
We
It
don't,
would be 35% more, is what he's saying.
pardon?
It would be 35% more than $5.
For a day pass?
Correct.
So for a resident, it's $5. For a non-resident,
$6.75. $6.75.
and how do we check that? How do we verify that?
Well, that was my recommendation, was that for day passes, we don't. We keep it at $5 across the board. For my staff, checking people in the middle of a hot summer day, coming in the pool, that's gonna slow the process down to a huge extent, and I don't know that we would really recoup that much revenue off of it.
Well, but you're overriding the council guideline. That's,
Okay, well, I'll go to
That's a concern.
625? 675, okay? So we'll revise that number for that.
and what you need is a system that'll handle that. I mean, you have, give every a resident card. I mean, that should apply to, all the services in town.
And they can take somebody else's, that's your issue there. And especially when children are coming and they don't have an adult with them.
Or they're
That's an
with a
issue,
grandparent,
yeah.
perhaps.
Or grandparents are bringing them, yeah. You've got
Yeah.
things like that will happen.
Do we know what the, I guess we do, can you break down the revenue for those day passes? Do you know approximately, you probably don't keep
No,
track of it?
we have a general aquatics line, which feeds into that community center memberships. The community center memberships line includes aquatics, it includes fitness day passes, it includes swim lessons, it includes pool party reservations, those kinds of items. Those all go into that one 030 line item, or revenue line.
And David, what is the cost if you're a non-resident for a membership?
Yeah.
What is the
What is
cost
it?
versus, you
Resident.
went over this information before, but I can't remember what the
Sure.
numbers were.
Well, currently, last year, again, kind of going back to last year,
Yeah.
we simplified to individual and household. We went away from 4 separate divisions that were there and went to these 2. Currently, we offer 3-month and annual membership passes of either aquatics and fitness, or aquatics or fitness. Okay, you choose one amenity or you get both, okay? Inside town limits, we're looking at $47 for aquatics or fitness for 3 months for an individual, or $147 for 3 months, for annual for one of the 2 amenities. If you're looking for both, $69 is on 3 months, $220 is annual. Again, that's for an individual. Household, we go up to 94, and then 294 for 3 months, for one or the other, 138 or 440 for both, okay? Outside of city limits, there was, at this point, 33% difference. Went up $70 for 3 months for an individual for aquatics or fitness, $220 for an individual for aquatics or fitness for annual, okay? For both, that went to 103 and 330. Household was 140 or 440 for all of the above, or for, one or the other. 206 and 660 was aquatics and fitness center. Okay.
So is it correct in assuming that, or stating this number, it's 33% difference in membership already, right?
Yeah.
Already.
Okay.
And how do you verify that they are residents? I guess that's one question.
Sure.
I was gonna pull up the rates here.
Yeah, great. That's what I was gonna ask. We could see that.
Up there.
Send them to us.
It'll work.
/recreation -1.
Is it on your page?
Yep. -1. Schedules. Yep. All right. So that's the current fee structure. To your question, how do we know who's resident and non-resident? We previously, prior to this current year, went based off of if they said if their mailing address was a Valdese address. And we know there are people that are outside of town limits, that have a Valdese address that are not taxpayers. So we implemented with our membership software, we talked to the folks at the call center to verify all the addresses that are in town limits, taxpayers essentially, and handed that information over to our membership software company. So it automatically tells us if they're resident or non-resident. We go back through and verify that from time to time using Burke GIS.
Okay, so it's not based on zip code, then it's based on actual.
Correct. It had previously been, up until this current year, based on 28690, but that is no longer the case.
Okay, good. That's good. And then, so how do these outside Valdese city limits fees compare with comparable membership at Morganton?
We are actually higher than Morganton. We are more expensive than Morganton is, as far as something comparable to the I want to say the Pfeiffer YMCA. We're cheaper than them, but not all that much. So, for example, our household membership is a little less expensive than them. They also charge a one-time admin fee for folks that are new into the YMCA program, but they're also able to offer hardship waivers.
Okay.
Do we do that?
Not for memberships.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
All right.
Good news is concession sales are up, right?
Yes, they are.
We're selling more hamburgers, hot dogs, and french fries. So healthy.
Yeah.
See, you go,
That is good, healthy options, good.
you go eat, then you go to the fitness center.
Exactly.
We need to start offering Krispy Kreme donuts.
I'm with you on that.
All right. Anything else on recreation side? Let's see, I think we covered everything. Yeah, to Councilman Mears' point, line 41, we did increase concession expenditures for food supplies, but you'll see on your exhibit 7, that line, $8,000 increase, that's kind of grayed out because on the revenue side, we also accounted for that in additional revenue, so it's a wash in the budget. So you'll see an increase there, but also on the revenue side. All right. Moving on to the last department here. And they're only last because of their account code structure. So 6250 is the highest number in our chart of accounts, and this is community affairs. And it's just like recreation, we put their revenue side down below. So a $697,000 overall budget, but they're bringing in $236,000 of that back to the town. You'll see I just heard there's a reduction in the budget. There is, and that's accountable to the Valdese Tourism Commission monies. So that's your occupancy tax amounts. So last year, remember Marissa mentioned we had a surplus carried over from the COVID years that we used. That's why that number jumped up to $142,000 last year. But now we're back on a normal operating schedule, so $85,000 is what the TDA says. Sure.
A few other things just to mention about the occupancy tax as well is also during that time, a new hotel was built in Morganton, so we're receiving occupancy tax from that. And they also implemented the occupancy tax to be levied on Airbnb and VRBO. So because of that, we're also seeing more revenue. And one part of it too to mention that I should have said sooner, but during the COVID year, that was also when they were building the hotel or doing the improvements to the hospital. So a lot of construction workers were staying in our hotels in Burke County. So we did see an increase in occupancy tax from that also. So I hope that helps a little bit.
I really don't have much, more on this. You got electric, line 130 increased a little bit compared to last year, and again, that's due to a rate increase. Overall, the operational expenses are minimal increases. Any other questions on this that you can think of right at this moment?
The continued services, entertainment.
Contracted services? Yep.
I'm sorry, contracted services, entertainment, so that's just, again, contracted services that.
Paul, that was due to the fact that last year for our Bluegrass at the Rock concert series, we were only allowed to do 5 concerts because of the facility renovation. So this coming year, we're adding back that 6th concert. So that will be offset by revenue. And there was a slight increase in, I believe it was the bouncy houses that we do for our events, a slight increase with that company that we contract for that.
Is that the Friday night concerts you're talking about?
The entertainment line includes our Bluegrass at the Rock, our summer concert series, FFN, and also our smaller events that we do throughout the year. It also includes our contract sound and lighting needs that we need for those events. If there's a major event in the auditorium where we have to contract someone out to come in and run sound and lights for it, that's outside our staff's wheelhouse, we charge that to the people that rent it, but that is seen in that budget line as well.
Now, you said you went from 5 to increased by 1 to 6. What did you increase?
Bluegrass, yeah, we just went back to what we had been doing previously, but we just had to shorten the season this year due to the facility renovation.
What is the average the Family Friday nights, the concert series we do throughout, so what's the average cost of a band that comes in? I'm just curious.
Well, our headliner bands, I mean, they can run anywhere, that's including festival and Independence Day, and our kickoff and our finale. Those can range from $3,000 up to $5,000. And we work that depending on what we do book for the regular season. The regular Friday night bands, on average, they're between $800 and $1,200. And if you count, one quick way to kind of look at it is, if you count the number of band members and then think about what that is that they're taking home per person, most of them won't come play for less than $300. So,
Do you have an idea, an average on our attendance for the Family Friday nights?
typically we see, I mean, most often, if you calculate the finale in there as well and the kickoff, about 300 per Friday. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Now, the local bands, is that like, who would that be?
Local ones that would be in our range, I mean, we've had like Shelby Ray Moore, if you've heard
Yeah.
of her. We've had Lost Wages, those like that.
And that's like $800 to $1,000 to get there.
No, they're not quite that much. They're cheaper. But I will say that what we look at for booking bands is to book a band that's going to draw outside the area to bring new people to town, as well as our locals, of course. But a lot of those local bands will play at Twin Brothers or, you know, several of our local restaurants now. So I try to make sure that we are just like a little bit of a step above that, as much as our budget will allow, just to have a little more draw.
And the community affairs and employees, can you list does that include someone that's at the school for maintenance? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have 3 full-time positions, myself, assistant director, and then maintenance. And then we have 3 part-time positions. We have one that's more janitorial, one that's a backup for sound and light that does our auditorium events, and then one that's like maintenance and sound and light, kind of a cross between the 2.
What is the Valdese Tourism Commission?
That is a group of representatives from all of our local attractions. And whenever, say I book a day trip for a group of, I'll give you an example. On June 5th, I have a group of 15 seniors that are coming in, and they're coming to see the museum and the Trail of Faith, and they're gonna do lunch. So what I do is I charge them a flat fee per person. They pay me, and then I pay out to the attractions, just to simplify it for those that are in attendance, versus paying each individual attraction as they go around. So it's really just a pass-through. It's offset by revenue.
So the commission is not a commission, it's just a budget line, is that what you're saying?
For this purpose, yes, but there is a tourism commission that's just a
There is a commission?
representatives from each attraction,
And
yes.
who's on the commission?
Gretchen Costner, Cheryl Tron has come before, Tim Skidmore.
Is that a town commission, a town appointed commission?
No, it's just representatives from each attraction that come together to brainstorm larger events.
So it's not really a town committee then?
No, sir.
I guess my question would be, what does it do? I'm not,
Well, for instance, when we had the 125th anniversary year in 2018, we got together and we looked at special events throughout that year that would bring visitors to Valdese. We look at different ways to market, to help one another. But most of the time, I mean, those lines of communication are constant. I work with Old Colony Players on the regular. I work with the Arts Foundation on the regular. The museum, the trail, we all try to work together to, you know, bring people to Valdese. So it's really event-based is when we typically meet, when there's a special occasion.
So what's the source?
Formally.
The source of the $85,000 then is what?
That's the occupancy tax that's levied by the state.
Okay, all right.
And I can send out the House bill that outlines all that if you'd like. But it has to be used for advertising purposes to draw people outside of the county. So that's why you may not see my ads that I put out for our state or some of these other publications, because we're not marketing to locals, we're marketing to people outside Valdese. So those funds have to be used to draw people from outside the area. Because the goal is to get heads in beds, as they say, because that generates more.
I see a lot in our state magazine that you all.
Me too, I see Ashton.
That's a sizable investment that
Yeah.
we've made to try to put some money towards that, but it's come back in our favor. We're getting articles, we're getting several different write-ups and mentions and features, so really excited about that.
The Bocce article that was
Yes.
just in our state.
And that was in partnership with the Burke County TDA. We meet with them, and they do several pitches to a lot of local publication, or a lot of statewide local publications, and sometimes those stories are picked up. We get lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, the TDA is a county function. Let's see. So that brings us to the end of Exhibit 6 and 7. I guess it's a good, I was hoping to get through 10 before lunch, but it's okay. We'll come back, and when we get back from lunch, we'll start in on capital items and what we've gone through over here for each department.
Okay. I've got 12:15, let's be back at 1:15. That work for you both?
Sure.
1:15, we'll re-adjourn. Break for lunch.
So exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are going to kind of run together. What we're going to do is I'm going to actually do exhibit 10 first, so that'll be the capital changes, and then we'll go into more detail once we get through there. So I'll pass that one out now. So this one will be real quick, but this kind of just summarizes what we already went through earlier this morning in the budget. So, for example, this is just showing prior budget, new budget, and the change. Let's just look at Public Works Administration, that came up earlier. So if you remember, their budget last year was $41,000. New requests are 45, a difference of $4,000. So if you go all the way down the line, your total capital requests for the year are $527,000, which is up. So when it's red, it means it increased, up $53,000 from last year, compared to last year. So just keep this sheet handy. This is kind of a cheat sheet for what's in the Exhibit 6, the big expenditure list. This kind of summarizes it. What we'll do is we'll jump into couple this with Exhibit 8, and I'll pass that out now. So this one goes hand in hand with Exhibit 10, which we just passed out, but gets a little more detail. On the first page, let me bring it up on the screen too. On the first page here, you've got a summary. So this Exhibit 8 is your 10-year general fund CIP plan. So that first column, this first column where it says capital budget 24-25, so that's the one that we're currently talking about. And then we've got the subsequent years after that. So again, there's your 527 under your expenditures. If you'll look at your Exhibit 10, that matches that 527. So a lot of things are overlapping here. But this is the 10-year plan with that Exhibit 8 kind of built into that first year there. And then you got financing sources to pay for those. If you skip, so that's kind of the overview. If you skip to the next page, it gives you more detail on what is actually what those items are. So for example, on page 1 you saw administration and planning, $122,000 right here. On that second page it tells you what that is, and I know it's kind of hard to see, it's a little small. I'll try to bring it up on the screen here. But the administration and planning, so 122,000, that's what makes up the 122,000. So you got a computer, replacing 2 HVAC units, and a land use master plan for the planning department. Now, we'll get into more detail on each of these items further as we go along here, but I just wanted to kind of help you understand how this is all flowing together. Public Works.
Now, are we gonna have a chance to talk about each of these? Or
Yeah, we will.
Can we do it now, or are you gonna go through the whole thing?
Let's go through, let's just kind of go through, it's just so we can understand where all these numbers are flowing from.
All right.
And then we'll get into each one. So, Public Works, the 15 and 30 is 45,000. If you look on go back to Exhibit 6, your expenditures. I'll pull it up here. And if you go to the Public Works admin budget, so it's like the third page, I believe, in Exhibit 6. So right there's your 45,000. So that's where those numbers in the expenditure line we were talking about this morning, that's where these are located. They're in Exhibit 8 and 9. So that's what references those. So I wish I could have more screens up here for you, but that 45,000 is on this first page of Exhibit 8 under Public Works, under the 10-year CIP plan. And then if you turn to the next page, it'll tell you what that 45,000 is made up of. Have I lost everybody? Okay.
And this on the grounds and maybe that's right. Yeah, okay. So that's the 45,000.
Yes, sir.
45,000
For the same one
Yeah. So if you go to Public Works, that's 45,000. So if you look at grounds and maintenance, that's 49.
And this is, on the intended plan, so it's going to these columns are not in the budget, it's just this one.
Okay, yeah, this is next year.
Next 10 years.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions on how all this is flowing together before we get into the more details? Okay. So the next exhibit, I'm going to pass out Exhibit 9, and what it'll do is it's going to lay out each of these items that's on page 2 of Exhibit 8. So I'll pass those out now. So Exhibit 9 is something that we're doing this year, included with a budget. It basically outlines each budget capital request. It identifies the department, what the item is, the cost, budgetary cost of it, and the reason for request. And then if we have a picture of the old one that we're replacing, we'll put it on here, and then a picture of the new one, I will also put it on here. So I don't know how you want to do this. You want to just go line by line? Do you want to take these home and look at them later? This is kind of a new process, so just.
You're talking about this town hall, at least.
Right, yeah, yeah. We can just go through them quickly, and then if, okay,
Let's do that. This is like this, that's good.
okay. So, and I'll refer back to Exhibit 8 as we go through this so we can follow. So, they should be in pretty much the same order. If they're not, they're close. Exhibit 8 under Administration and Planning, that first column. Does everybody see where that is? And it says replace 2 HVAC units for 20,000. So that's what this is here. So units are getting pretty old. We actually had to do an emergency replacement earlier this year on one. They're getting past their expected useful life. So our HVAC maintenance folks, they recommended that we maybe start phasing in replacing these. So we've got 8 of them. We got 4 on this side of the building, 4 on the other. But these are the outdoor units I took pictures of, but there's units upstairs too, the handlers. And they're getting to be about 14 years old when town hall was built. So repairing one is about 70% of the cost of a new one. So instead of just keep sinking money into repairing them, if we go on a replacement plan, hopefully we get them replaced over the next couple of years. So that's what this is doing. They're about $10,000 a piece, so for 2 of them, we're looking at about $20,000. I'll just go over this. This is a computer replacement in the planning department. Computers get old, get slow, so this is a small capital item replacement. The big one you see there is the land use master plan for $100,000. This plan needs to be, or recommended, or I don't know, the best practice, I guess you could say, to be updated every 10 years. So the current plan we have is from 2014. So the planning department has recommended that we update that plan. And the cost to do that is around $100,000. Now, as we go through this, if we want more detail, we can have the department come up and talk about it, because I don't have that much expertise in this. So do you guys wish to have a little more detail, or how you want to go about this?
I'm having a little trouble hearing today, I'm sorry.
Okay.
questions about this now, or comments now, or
Yeah.
later on?
Yeah, go ahead and ask questions now.
Well, how long does it take to do this plan?
That's a good question. Is Larry here?
Councilman Harvey, generally, it takes anywhere from 6 months or more to actually do a plan. It depends on how detailed. The one in 2014 actually was over a span of 6 to 9 months. So it's pretty detailed in terms of what is required and generally the cost associated with putting together such a plan. As you're aware of, you participated in the one in 2014. And so pretty detailed. Things have changed somewhat, but the process generally is the same in terms of community involvement, sitting down with staff, looking at things in terms of areas for future growth and development. So it's not something that generally takes 60 to 90 days, usually 6 to 9 months. Could even take up to a year to actually put together a viable product for us.
That's what I thought the last time, it took a year or two.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Generally, it takes about that. And the cost, we put in around $100,000 when it was presented to council. I think a budget or so ago. It was, I think Morganton had just participated in one at around $130,000. So putting in 100, we think we can get a good product, certainly, if it's in the budget.
So if it needed to be updated every 10 years.
7 to 10 years.
Should have started a year or two ago, not this year.
Yes, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. 7 to 10 years is usually what is required. However, again, I only make recommendations, council decides. And so it was been
What
council.
happens if we don't do it? If we put it off another year, what?
Well, again, I would say that the planning director will keep putting in, recommending it, and the council will have to decide when to do it. And we will act on what we have in place, even if it being 10 or 12 years old. But at some point in time, we are required to have a land use plan in place.
Larry, would it affect us on, our ability to secure grants if we don't have?
It could, depending on the nature of what we're applying for. You get points for a whole lot of things, just like having some strategic plans and/or a land use plan. And certainly it helps, and the plan tells you that in terms of a lot of decisions that you can lean on the plan in making some of the decisions related to growth and development. Chris? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay. So that gets us through the town hall or admin planning departments. The next one on the list would be Public Works Administration. So in Exhibit 6, under the expenditures, you'll see that line, $45,000. So if we look on our Exhibit 8, second sheet here, it specifies what those are. So it's an air compressor and an in-ground lift. So the air compressor here is outlined, the original units from 2008, and it's costing some repairs. So the request is to purchase a new one to replace it. Okay.
What's that used for?
That's we'll have Alan come up and. I think maybe the good thing to do is I'll introduce kind of the department on here, and then we'll let the department heads go through and talk about each capital item they have. That way we're not going back and forth. Does that work for everybody? Okay. So Alan will handle the air compressor and the next one.
Okay, the air compressor, the air compressor serves our whole shop area, which is for all of our air tools, anything that completes and takes air throughout the system through our building down there. That air compressor serves for it's got many purposes for the lifts, air tools, saws, things like that, just everyday maintenance ordeal for the shop.
More than tires, then.
Do what?
It's more than just tires.
Yes, it serves our whole building for many different things that we do. Okay. And also in this year, we had the vehicle lift. As pictured, you can see the yellow one is an in-ground lift. That was installed when the building was built. And we have those inspected every year. Parts is getting real hard to get for them. We've been having to replace seals every year and everything. And then when we have inspections, for the last several years, we've been encouraged to go away from that for safety factors, because the vehicle's actually got nothing to keep it from tilting back and forth. It's just the old style. And it came up in this year, and we're recommending replacing it with a drive-on lift that you see pictured in the bottom that will accommodate our bigger vehicles, so we're not under them with jacks and jack stands, so we can get them up in the air. That's also designed with another jack system to pick them up, to be able to change tires and do brake work and everything on our much heavier equipment that we do have, that we use lifts for instead of, like I said, just a safety factor of using jacks and lifts. Any questions on it? And it's estimated right around $30,000 to replace it.
You can use that to fix a tractor or any other type of equipment?
As long as it's not over 18,000 pounds, we can put a tractor on it to change oil and stuff like that too in.
Okay.
But it's
not
mostly
just-
for our bigger vehicles, like our dually trucks, our F-350s and things like
Okay.
that, our snowplow trucks, and things like that, that we can get up in the air and actually do, you know, oil changes instead of having to put them on jack stands and stuff, because right now we currently do not have a lift that would pick those up.
Okay, next item.
No. You gonna go ahead and go that way?
I'm just gonna make it bigger so we can, okay. So we're going down to the street department now.
Okay, this is in the street department. This tractor is used in combined with water and sewer to help cut our sewer line right-of-ways. We kind of use equipment back and forth as far as tractors for those. The current tractor we have now is a '87 model. It's plagued by just breakdowns, the sickle system on it. We have to repair every year. We spend around $3,000 on shafts and blades and stuff for it, just wear and tear. And the tractor, it's got some issues that we have to spend money on. It's actually two tractors. We took two that we had fail and built one. So it's been through the ringer over the years and it had its repairs. And it's been in the CIP for a while. So as you can see with the what we are proposing to replace with is a tractor that has a side arm boom. That's a real big upgrade from the sickle system, and that will help in be able to cut our roads, shoulders, plus get the limbs and stuff back from the edge of the road better. And it's just a better piece of equipment and more up to date for what we try to do and what, you know, to provide for our streets and in our town and our citizens to be able to have, you know, clearance to be able to drive and stuff. And that could be used, that piece of equipment can be used in several different situations throughout the town and our normal day activities that we do.
Council?
Have we got bids on having an independent contractor mow the side of the streets for us that we have been doing with this thing?
I have not.
Would it be a good idea to do that maybe before we buy more equipment?
If that's the direction y'all would like to go, we can do that. We can get bids to see.
So we would have to weigh the cost of that annual expense versus doing it in-house with our own equipment.
Yes. You know, but there again, this piece of equipment is not only used for that. It's used for in our water sewer system also, as far as our right-of-ways through the woods and stuff is clearing and things like that, you know. So the tractors and things are used for multiple purposes, not just streets. And
How many tractors do we have?
we have this 1, 2, 3, We have 4.
4 tractors.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have hour meters on them,
Yes.
and we keep track of all the hours and.
Everything's, the hours is kept up, changed, oil changed, everything's done on a, as the hours rotate to what they need to be, all the maintenance is done as needed, and when it's time for it. We have one tractor right now that is, gonna cost us some money. The clutches is burnt out in it. We just found it, so it's gonna have to go to a dealership to be repaired. We don't have any ways and means of breaking a tractor in half and taking the cab off of it, and this and that and the other, and that's been a problem with that machine, just the manufacturer type and all. And it's one of the newer ones, but it's not as reliable as our older ones. But this is one of the oldest ones we have.
That's the thing about when you buy equipment, the expenses don't end. You know, maintenance doesn't end then.
No,
And
that's
especially if it's something that's not used every day.
that's with anything, you know, maintenance is, you never know when something's gonna break. Any more questions on it?
Next, sanitation.
Can everybody see that one good? This is a roll-off container. We actually have one of those now. The reason we're asking for another one of these is to help with, the service that we do to citizens, and, is take them out for, construction debris, like if they wanna redo a deck or something, instead of piling it up on the road, you know, which there's certain criteria of what we do pick up. And this would be used for our service that we do have a $75 implement fee on for construction debris, cleaning out houses, you know, when it gets to be big piles and stuff like that, because it does cost us extra fees at the landfill when we take extra trash pickup and stuff, you know, when it's certain types of material, we do have to pay extra fees. And last budget or before one, we implemented a $75 fee for this pickup to help offset some of the fees for the landfill. But it just covers that. It don't have anything to do with the Republic contract or anything like that. So
So somebody could get this set in their driveway?
for $75 per dump, yes.
Okay,
And right now, we're currently using a old flatbed truck that we have,
yeah.
but it's set to go on auction because we have, from last budget year, we purchased another one to replace, trying to get caught up with our 10-year turnover. And we haven't got it in yet, so that's why we're still waiting on it to be built, or to finish being built. So once it comes in, that truck will be going away. And these here are just so much simpler. We can go drop them off. We don't have to worry about being moved around. We can place them in a place. We got a truck that goes and back, picks them up and drops them off, and, you know, for that purpose.
Do we have a truck to pick that up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's the old leaf truck. It was a multifunction truck. And
Okay,
it has the salt spreader, sand spreader for snow removal. And this feature here was with it, with one bed, one dumpster, and then the vac truck system also was on it.
very good.
So we're asking for one of those to help speed up the process and better serve the citizens with that service. This is grounds and maintenance. This is a, what model is it? 2012 F-150 two-wheel drive truck. It's in the, it's 14 years old, starting to grapple with some transmission issues. There's no repairs. We've talked to dealerships and stuff on these. The best option to fix these trucks is put a new transmission in them, because if you rebuild or whatnot, they don't have the right upgrades that the new does, so it's around $5,000 to $6,000. So while this one is still actually working, and it's had some updates done to it, so it's good for a while, you know, the goal is to replace it and uphold the 10 years, which this one's older than that now. So we're looking to, you know, optimize and try to get the best money we can out of it on gov deals, and replacing it with a new F-150 this year.
How many miles does it have on it?
I think it was 130 something is what was on this one. Can't remember exactly, but it was, yeah. So that, like I said, that's within our 10 years of trying to keep our fleet in good order and being able to get some money back on them as we put them on gov deals. Better prices. Any more questions on it? This again is grounds and maintenance equipment. We usually do four weed eaters and 4 backpack blowers every year due to the usage during the mowing season. Because the shafts in them, they get wore, and then these guys, our guys that use these, they do a lot of weed eating throughout the summer. And they just get a lot of wear and tear, and the cost estimate for 4 of those is, excuse me, $1,500 on those. And those, the old ones would be put on gov deals and reimburse what we can out of those. The same here with some backpack blowers. We try to do those and replace 4 units of those every 3 years also due to wear and tear. And just try to keep good equipment that'll, you know, so we don't have to be trying to work on it, or you take it off the truck to go do a job and it won't crank and this and that and other and stuff. So we just try to keep those replaced. Try to keep something good to work with. And I think that's gonna finish up Public Works. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Alan.
Thank y'all.
So I'm gonna bring this up real quick. So what Alan just covered on your Exhibit 8 is right here, just so you guys are aware of where it's at. So it's the air compressor, the lift, the tractor, dumpster, the truck, and then the weed eaters and backpack. So that's where it is on your sheet here. I just want to make sure everybody's able to follow along before we go any further. All right. So we're ready to move on. The next department request is from the police department. Let's see if Mark can come up here. Let me just scroll down.
Okay, this is replacing a vehicle unit 113. It's on our take-home car program, and it's just an annual replacement of a vehicle. If you look at it, you're going to say, well, Mark, it's not 10 years. It's because this vehicle was purchased under the old fleet, and it was a vehicle that was not take-home. And as you can see, the mileage on it right now is 111,000, and it's already become a money pit. We're replacing items on it, and it's getting additional maintenance and stuff because it's worn out. The $46,000 is for the car, and then there's a $10,000 setup fee where we have to have all the equipment placed in the car, such as the cameras, the radio equipment, blue lights, all the things necessary for the officer to do their job.
Questions, council? Those $46,000 replacement, is that state contract? money? I mean, that's where you get,
Yes.
okay. Just wanted to make sure we were using state contract.
Yes.
We use state contract for everything we did.
Okay, good, okay.
It saved us quite a bit of money going that way.
Anybody else? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And I will add, from my understanding, they're no longer making the chargers for pursuit vehicles, so in the past, what we could have done was taken that equipment for $10,000 and took it from one vehicle to the next. That saved us some money. But since we're having to transition the style of vehicle we're getting, we have to get the new equipment for that vehicle. So eventually, if they don't change anything on us, we can move that $10,000 to the next Explorer that we get, or Interceptor they call it for Ford. So hopefully that will be money that we can use that will stretch more than just that one vehicle, is what I'm trying to say.
And we do have to replace cameras and things of that nature from time to time, just due to it wearing out.
Okay. So the next one here is for fire.
All right, so our capital outlay for this year, we're looking to replace our medic truck. Currently, it's a 2004 F-350 dually. It does only have roughly 60,000 miles on it, but those are pretty hard miles on that side, especially on that size of truck. We're hoping to replace it with something very similar to our current fire marshal truck. That way, as similar as we could keep the vehicles, that's similar maintenance on all of them and interchangeable parts. But yeah, so we're hoping that switch to a gas motor, so that way it's not as costly to operate as well as cheaper to service. Yeah, and the current, our current medic truck, currently it's on loan to us from Burke County. We don't actually own it. So whenever we get rid of it, it'll have to be given back to Burke County Emergency Management.
Won't they give us a new one?
Probably not.
So does this vehicle responds to almost every medical emergency, or
So
just some?
especially during the day. So nights and weekends, when we only have one person at the fire department, they predominantly take an engine. That way, if they get a fire call while they're at the medical call, they can go straight to the fire. This one predominantly throughout the day, whenever we have additional people, this is predominantly what they run with. When we have extra people at the station, to take a larger truck if need be. The thought is it would also be able to pull the boat that we have, pull the ATV trailer, as well as get better fuel mileage than the old diesel did, as far as sending people to classes and conferences and things like that as well.
Any questions, council? Thank you, Chief.
And I will add to that too, since we don't own this truck currently, if the motor goes out, transmission goes out, we had to put money in to repair it, it's still not our truck, so.
Yeah, that is one of the requirements for us to take, to be able to use that truck, is if it breaks, we fix it.
Yeah, so we hate to have it break down on us and then fix it, and that's the investment that we're not getting back. All right. Moving along pretty good here. So the next department on here is Community Affairs. They have 2 items on here for CIP requests.
Mayor, Council, one of the requests that we are putting forward is to repair the stucco on the clock tower. You can see, this is something that those of you that have been on council, I've said it many times, but there's holes bored into the stucco around the corners where birds are nesting in the upper portion of the structure. In the current budget year, council appropriated $13,000 for us to replace the interior components and mechanics of the clock tower. And so this request would be to make sure that those new components are protected from these birds' nests and bathroom problems. So the cost estimate for that is $15,000. And that would be to repair the stucco and repaint the structure, and to install something that can no longer be bored into by these birds. Any questions about that one? Okay.
The clock works and the bell tolls, I guess, is that?
Not right now.
Okay.
Staff is in the process of installing all those new components, but it will be replacing the faces, replacing all the interior parts of it are all analog. So this will be creating or making them digitized. So it'll be a lot easier to change them with daylight savings and all of those kind of things. So they're original to when it was constructed in 2000. So going on to the next request is to replace the fencing that runs from the back corner of the back parking lot at the Rock School all the way around to Temple Stage. This fencing, I have been told, is original to when the high school was built, like in the 70s. It is getting where it's a danger, I feel like, for the public to be out there and around it. There's several places where it's just jagged and rough and rusted. So this would be replacing that with a black chain link fence to protect those that are out there using that facility from falling off that rock wall down to the lower portion of the parking lot. Are there any questions on that item? No? Okay.
All right, so our last department request here is from Parks and Recreation. And we've got a number of items here, so we'll just let David come up. There we are.
All right. Paul, I think we're going to be looking to get rid of your favorite elliptical here. So one of the things that I have been wanting to try to do is to implement within the capital plan a rotation similar to what is being done with vehicles, but also for our fitness equipment. Some of the cardio pieces are in dire need of replacement, and so this year's request would be to go towards our elliptical machines. So that's our first one. We would likely get 2 to 3 ellipticals for this allocation, or with this allocation.
I really think for those who use the fitness center, I think we need to, and we can afford to, we need to have state-of-the-art equipment in there. I mean, for our citizens, it's going to attract membership. You know, when members go in there and they see equipment broken down or out of date or out of order, it's just unattractive.
Right.
So I think we need to have an aggressive plan to make sure that that fitness center is state-of-the-art.
Yes.
I think this is good. I think it's a good move.
Okay, great. Any other questions on this one? All right. Oh. There we go. All right. The second request here for just shy of $5,000 is to replace carpet in the bowling alley party room with LVT. We would look to use the same product that we used in the lobby renovation and up in the offices as well. If you see the upper picture, we have the wonderful early 2000s black light carpet. There are no black lights in that space. There are, however, remnants of cupcakes that have fallen from many a party that we've cleaned it, obviously, but I jest. The point being here, though, is that we do want to have this space a little more friendly for our kids' parties that do take place in that particular room.
So David, that's rented out, is that
Yes.
correct, for parties? That's what I thought.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. So, third request here, we still have wooden bowling lanes. Wooden bowling lanes are actually not manufactured anymore. Everybody uses synthetic now, but we still have wooden lanes, which are a big draw for a lot of folks. One of the downsides to them though is you have to cut them from time to time, a little more aggressively than just a sanding. We sand and screened last year, but the cutting needs to be done as well. It's not been done in 13 years, is my understanding. And again, these lanes are a testament though, and they're 1960 bowling lanes. So they've been there for a good long time, and we'd love to be able to keep them for a good long time too. And that comes in at just shy of $16,000. That is, again, for eight lanes total.
What happens if you don't cut them, David?
Well, if we don't cut them, my understanding is that they won't take the oil quite as well, but then we also run the risk of having some of the worn out boards become a little jagged and become an issue for bowlers where it might cut their balls. So we really just don't want to do that. So it's more of it's going to enhance gameplay for folks. Anything else on this one? Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to click the picture there. All right, so similarly, also within the bowling lanes, and this is a much more expensive project simply because of location, but really what we would like to do is replace the pin decks that are under the bowling machines. This is where the pins actually set on. Again, these are original pin decks from 1960. They have divots in them from the pins flying all around in the back area. We've tried putty, we've tried resins, all sorts of things, and just we have a tremendous amount of bowling going on right now in the weeknights, and this would be something that would help us out, would be to have these synthetic pin decks. We would also see a reduction in maintenance, but again, similarly, it would not damage property for individuals coming in and using their own property there. All right, and this one we've already handled a little bit, but we're putting the funding into this year. This is the comprehensive Parks and Recreation Plan. Okay. I'll hand it back over to Bo.
All right, any thoughts or comments on the questions on the CIP stuff?
Again, the question I have on all of these is, what's the status of the 2023-2024 capital improvement plan? What were the things that we had the things laid out there, and they're listed here, but have those investments all been made? What happens to the funds if we did not make those investments?
Yeah.
That's some of the information that seems to be missing.
Mm-hmm.
For example, in recreation last year, and I know in the capital improvement plan, because we had a couple reasons to look at this, there was $150,000 or so to replace the heating and blower system for the bubble. Well, that obviously hasn't been done because the bubble won't inflate, so we didn't replace that. Where did that I forget if it was 150,000, 170,000, but where did those funds go? They were in the capital budget last year. They were in capital budget for this year. What happens? They stay in the reserve fund?
If it's not needed anymore, it'll just roll back into the fund balance, so it's unused.
Okay.
If it's still needed, it would roll to the following, like, say the parts didn't come in or the contractor couldn't get to it yet, and it crossed budget years, it would roll into the new budget by process of the budget adoption. But if it's unused, it just goes back in fund balance, it's never been used.
Okay, so
yeah.
then the question I would have is, the whole way down the line of the capital improvement budget for this year, which of those items have been spent, which have not been spent, and can the council get a look at those? Because there might be a few things there that we want to challenge and say, well, if we haven't spent that, let's leave those funds in the reserve fund.
Yeah, we can get a report for you for that.
Okay.
Yep. I was making a note here of that. Okay. Good question. All right, at this point, we're going to transition to Exhibit 11. And this is going to tie in everything that we've talked about through Exhibits 1 through 10. It's going to tie it all in for us. So I'll pass that one out now. Okay. So I'll kind of explain this one, and then I guess we'll take a break, and we'll come back and answer any questions after that. But this ties in, like I said, all the exhibits. So this is the summary page. So it's broken down by operating expenses and then capital expenses. So under the FY 24-25, that right-hand column, that's all the green in your Exhibit 6, your expenditures. So they all add up to $7.5 million of operating. And then down below is $527 of your capital. So that was what we just talked about, $527,000 of capital in the general fund. So to get our total expenditures, we add those two together to get the little over $8 million of expenditure. Our revenues, we talked about in Exhibit 4. Remember, our total revenues was $7.5 million. So when we compare those two numbers, our expenditures, our revenues are $564,000 under our expenditures. So I'm going to leave it at that. We'll come back and answer some questions, and then we'll get in more deeper into what's going on there. Okay?
Let's take 5. He said he'd be right.
Okay.
We're waiting for Brian.
Yeah, we wait a minute. He said he'd be right back.
All right. Okay, so where we left off was on the summary page. We compared our total available revenues and our capital and operating budgets combined. So that left us with a difference of $564,000 between those expenditures and revenues. So what we're going to do is jump into Exhibit 12. And I'll pass that out in a second, and that's going to break that down a little more. So why, another question is why are expenditures $564,000 more than revenue? So I tried to break it down as best I could here, the three different areas. So the top area in yellow on the screen, those are operational related items. So just your operational increases over last year for services and products, that's your inflationary cost built into that, is $155,000 more. We do have a cost of living adjustment of 5% in the budget for employee retention, $134,000. Your retirement, we talked about that earlier today, the 0.75% for general employees and 1% for law enforcement. That's driving the budget $21,000 up. And then health insurance, 3.7% is $9,000. It is an increase, but it's probably the lowest increase that I've seen since I've been here. So that rate is pretty good for that. So those are operational related. The next item is your capital items. So if you remember on exhibit, I think it was exhibit 10 that showed the prior year capital items versus the current year. So remember we had 53,000 more in requests compared to last year. So that's where that's coming in the factor there. So capital overall budget went up 53,000. And then the bottom one, the purple, is revenue related. So if you'll remember on exhibit 4, we compare our total revenues this year versus what we had budgeted last year. So it was 192,000 less last year. Should I bring up some of those exhibits so we can see them, or is everybody following? Okay. All right, so that is in a nutshell where we're at in this budget process, $564,000. What we're going to do now is identify some options that the manager and staff have sat down and went through, came up with a list of things that we're going to call non-operating-ish type budget items, okay? So it'll make more sense in a second. Let me pass that one out. That's going to be our last exhibit, number 13.
I'm heartbroken. Oh, there's more. These are really good, Bo. I appreciate the work you put into these.
You're assigned attention after school.
So before you start looking over this list, just remember, I'm just a messenger, don't shoot me. Just presenting the data to you. And this is something that is not fun to talk about, but it is, budget things that we need addressed. So I don't know how else kinder to put it, but let me bring that up on the screen here. So what we're looking at, and before we get into each individual item, just overview. So $564,000, right? There's a couple options we've got. This top section are non-operating budget cut options. Those are the things that the manager sat down with staff to identify in the budget that wouldn't necessarily affect services. They're more amenity-based items. They're not essential service type items. So from that listing, we've identified $879,000 worth of items. Below that is some revenue, options to increase revenue. So that would counteract the top part, so you wouldn't, $564,000, you can mix and match whatnot. So $257,000 in revenue we've identified that we could create in the budget. And then what's not shown on here is always an option is, pulling from our reserves. So that's the route the council would like to go. That certainly can be done. But that's not really a sustainable option, so I didn't put it on here. So I don't know if you want to go through each one of these. I guess I'll just go down through the list and talk about them. So the department is identified on the left. So in the administration budget, we've got $10,000 for the Burt Transit Greenway. That, I think they're still meeting about that, but that's what's in our budget, but I think they're going to be requesting more money.
That's my understanding.
So
It's what, say it again, Bo, it's,
They want more money, the top in there.
yeah, the last couple of years, it's been $10,000, and that agreement has expired, I guess. Whatever monies they were getting from the federal government have expired, so they're going to be asking the participants for more on our end. So $10,000 is what we've been budgeting. If we want to opt out of that program, we can cut that $10,000 out of the budget.
we don't even use that transit, do we?
I think we get.
Does it not pick up in Valdese?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Still does?
Yeah, for people that can't afford transportation, that's their way of getting places.
I had thought they weren't using it at all anymore.
I don't know how many use it, but they do still pick up in town.
The next item is something we've talked about in depth a little bit this morning, council insurance. So that's in the budget. Now, based on the direction I got this morning, we may move that to a stipend and, see what savings we get from taking the council off insurance. So, but that's on there. If we were to cut that out completely, that's what your number is there. We've got the library within the administration budget. We contribute $40,000 a year to the library. That's been a hot topic over the last couple of years, but that is in here. We put this in here as well. So what we're looking at is it essential for Valdese to survive, I guess, is kind of the way to look at this. The next item is a troop flag placement. I think the Boy Scout groups go down and put flags out. Which, again, we just identified everything we could that wouldn't affect services. Burke County REACT support, they provide support for traffic control and at the festivals, I think.
That one would affect services. They provide, the traffic control during our events, but also in the event of fire and police emergencies, they respond to those to take care of the traffic.
Okay.
I've seen them stay on sites in Valdese for, a couple of days because it took that long to get the incident cleared up. So they do play a vital role in our operations.
And for $3,500, we get a lot out of that for that amount.
It costs a whole lot more if we got that from somewhere else.
Something else that we've put on here was the prior contract with the town manager had $6,000 of travel allowance. Is that something that council wants to continue, or do we want to cut that from the budget? That's an item there. All right, so again, this is in here because we were just identifying things. $324,000, the transfer to the public safety project. So that now that 324 is built in the fire department budget. So that gets transferred out as an expense to the project safety project fund. If you add, I'm going to jump down just because of this particular line, so that 83,000 in ABC distributions at the bottom there in the revenues. So if you add the 83 and the 324, that's the 407,000 that we've been hearing about. So one thing you could do is cut that line out and then put the 83,000, instead of sending it to the public safety building project fund, you can just put it in general revenues to increase our revenue line. Well, the next one's $225,000 transferred to street paving fund. Remember, that was in the streets department, so that coupled with the POW bill monies was $350,000 that we're transferring out. So that's an expenditure in the street department for $225,000. So we get down to recreation. We wanted to look at some options. Again, we're wanting to present more options than we need, just so we have a list of things here. If we were to close the winter pool, it would be open from late May through early September. If we were to do that, it would just be a summertime pool. That would save us $90,000. And that factors in the memberships and all that. So you take your operating costs minus the membership revenues that we would lose, your net would be a gain of $90,000. If you were to do now this is not proposed that we do this, but if we were to do a total pool closure, you would gain another $73,000 on top of that. Tiger Gym, decommissioning, what that is, that's not knocking down the building, that's basically just boarding it up, not using it anymore, so we wouldn't have electricity running to it. That would save us about $6,000 a year. And then we get into the community affairs budget. Christmas decorations, $7,500 a year, we budget for that. The Main Street Facade Grant Program of $5,000. If we did a reduced season for Family Friday nights, we could eliminate $10,000 there. Bouncy houses at some of the shows, remember that contract went up that Marissa talked about. We did away with that. That would save us $2,400. And then we got 2 fireworks events that we do every year. So one for the big one for Independence Day, that costs us $12,500. And the one at the festival costs us $6,500. And some other smaller events that we could cancel and save some money on, they're listed there. That would save us around $2,500. And then local advertising, so radio and print for local events and things like that. We have $8,000 in the budget for that if we could cut. Now, jumping down to the revenue, I'm going to have to explain this a little bit. First of all, is there any questions?
Before you leave the current items, I thought we were making an annual contribution to Vedic.
We are. That's in the utility fund.
I'm sorry?
That comes out of the utility fund.
Utility.
That it comes out of the utility fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not in the general fund budget. Good question. Any other questions on this upper part? I know it's not fun to look at, but I got to be the one up here presenting it. Okay, so let's jump into the revenue side a little bit and talk about trash and recycling fee. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Remember, Republic's charging us $14.24. We're passing that through to customers at $12.30. So our current revenues are $44,000 less than what we're paying Republic. If we increased our rate $2 a month, so we went from $12.30 a month to $14.30 a month, we'd get about $40,000 additional revenue, and that would be a self-supporting function of the town, which it really needs to be. So that's an option. The next one on here, so a vehicle fee through the DMV. Has anybody ever heard of that before I go?
Repeat that?
Okay. So you know how you, on your motor vehicle registration, you have property taxes for your vehicle? Well, a couple years ago, it's probably been 5 or 6 years now, state legislator gave towns the option to put a vehicle fee on there in addition to the tax. So it's a per-use vehicle fee. So it can go from anywhere from $5 up to $30 per vehicle. And there's specific things you can spend it on, but one of the things you can spend it on is street paving, improvement of roads, things like that, transportation. So did some quick math, some data. There's about 80,000 vehicles in Burke County. I took the factor of our population of Valdese versus the county population, estimated that there's about 4,300 vehicles registered within the Valdese limits. And if we did, the $30 on those vehicles, that would bring in a revenue of about $120,000. So that's one option that we could do to bring in without, effects and taxes, but it would be a vehicle fee. And those vehicles are using the roads that we're maintaining and improving, is the thought and theory behind that. And then some other little ones here. Christmas parade entry fees would bring in about $3,000. Currently, there's no fee for entry, so that'd be something new that we can introduce. An OCP, the Old Colony Players rental fee at Rock School, we could bring in around $6,000. Again, I think that would be a new fee for them. Or actually, do they do nonprofit right now or rates, or they don't pay anything? Okay, so that would be a new revenue there.
Would that be per show or per year, or what would that be?
That's annually, based on the nonprofit rate, just for the show performances is what the calculation is.
So that would be per show?
$6,000 for the whole year.
Okay.
$6,000 for the year?
Yeah. Yeah, and these are all annual amounts. Rock School Arts Foundation lease for the galleries and studio, $4,600. They're currently charged annually at the current nonprofit rate charged to Railroad Museum. So this is the same rate that the museum's getting, is that correct?
They don't pay anything now, so this would be
Okay.
charge them what the Railroad Museum.
Okay. So I don't know if you heard that, but they currently don't pay anything, but this would be the rate that the Railroad Museum is paying. Okay, and here's where we talked about the recreation outside fees. So we have that gap currently at 33%. If we just bump it up to 35% between outside and inside rates, it's not that 2% is not bringing a lot, but it's $1,200. So I wanted to put that on there so we could see it. And then finally, the ABC store distributions, we touched on that earlier. That $83,000 is being contributed to the Public Safety Project Fund. If we didn't want to keep doing that, we could switch that to supporting the general fund itself. So that's what I've got presented, and then, like I said earlier, you know, we also got reserves, and we, you know, it's just a combination of how we balance the budget. We do all reserves, we do a little bit of each. This is kind of the point in the budget process where we get council's guidance on what they want. So we don't have to make decisions today, obviously, but I think if everybody looks it through, I know we got a meeting coming up on the 22nd, next Monday, and then maybe we can get more council direction at that meeting. I don't know if Brian wants to add anything to that or not.
No, I think you've done a great job of capturing the relevant information and presenting it, and of course, if questions come up later on, probably Bo's gonna be the better one to ask for specific details, but this is part of the difficult decisions that I was talking about a few weeks ago. But thank you.
Council, you have questions?
No, just excellent presentation, Bo. This was a lot of information to assimilate and present. You've done an excellent job.
I know it's a lot of information. I appreciate everybody sticking with me through it.
I know several weeks ago, the efficiency task force met. I asked Bo to provide us with a 23-24 budget, 5 copies of it. Well, they were that thick. I didn't realize they were that thick, Bo, and again, I want to thank you for providing that to us at that
No problem.
time.
No problem.
I just have 2 questions real fast. As far as like the little things like the Christmas parade entry fee, does anybody else around here charge for people to be in there? I mean, like Morganton, anywhere? Is that just, I know you have to sign up to be in their parades, but I didn't know if it was like a fee was, I'm sorry.
Most of them charge for businesses, but for nonprofits or churches, civic groups, they do not charge.
Okay.
So I know Morganton does charge for businesses.
Okay, they do charge.
Yeah.
Schools are usually free, is that?
They fall under that
Okay.
nonprofit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then the other thing was the DMV fee that you had talked about. Is that something anyone else around here has experimented with, or?
Yeah, I know in Conover, we get the $30 fee.
Okay.
Morganton's $20 per vehicle.
Morganton does it. Yeah. So, and that's a, you know, that's collected through your vehicle registration, so it's a guaranteed and, you know, revenue stream.
Okay.
Yeah, the big thing that I just, I'm having trouble envisioning how the council can come to that conclusion without knowing where things stand right now with all the expenditures as well as with capital improvement expenditures. You know, a budget is only a plan, it's a financial plan. And this 23-24 budget that we're into now is a plan that was adopted basically last May. It was approved in June, but it was presented last May. So it's been almost a year, and we really, you said the information was shared with the department heads, but we as council members have no idea where we stand on last year's financial plan.
Sure.
So that's why it looks like, I mean, I have to say, I have not found any evidence of zero-based budgeting taking place here. What I see is the staff took all the numbers, some numbers, and they added something to almost all the numbers, almost consistently. So I just feel like I haven't learned a whole lot today. I've learned what some of these things are when they're broken down, but I don't know where we are today, and I don't know. I mean, you take things like buying equipment versus going out and hiring a service to provide an interim service. We don't do that. So that's what zero base would be, that kind of thing, where if you only do something once in a while, is there a cheaper way to do it? Is there a less expensive way to do it just as well? We don't know. All we do is just replace equipment.
Well, and
So, you know, those are the kinds of things that zero-based budgeting gets into, but I haven't heard evidence that that's what's happening. You've done a tremendous amount of work, almost everybody here. I mean, I don't know how you got all this done, frankly. I saw how you worked there the other day, you work standing. I know why you stand, because you wouldn't have time to sit down, you have to run over to the printer and pull all this stuff off. But, I mean, it's been a tremendous amount of work. And I hate to say we didn't get information on it, because we did get information out of it, but we didn't get the kind of information that would let us understand what the alternatives are. And the alternatives to doing it the way we have always done it. That's
right. And the reason why we were presenting it like this is because we're presenting the most effective way to offer these services. So if we weren't to do it in-house, if we did contract something out, it may decrease the service that we can provide. Because if the more stuff we can do in-house, the better service we can have control.
Yeah,
So,
let's not have that discussion.
yeah,
I mean, that's splitting hairs.
okay.
If you've got, I mean, I don't want to start picking on items, but if you go out and buy equipment and it's sitting at the Public Works Department and it doesn't get used for 2 or 3 years in a row, maybe we didn't need that equipment. You know, maybe there's some other way to do it. But what we seem to do here is we're vertically integrated. I mean, that's what you call it out in the private sector. Coors had a reputation of being the most vertically integrated company in the United States. They owned an aluminum company that made cans, and they sold beer at the other end, and they owned crops, the farm fields that raised the hops and stuff like that. That's vertical integration. On the other hand, little Yuengling Brewery, one of my favorites up in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, the oldest family-owned brewery in Pennsylvania, had a big boom in sales last year when people stopped buying Miller Lite because Yuengling hired excess capacity in breweries all over the country to make their same beer without having to build all those factories. So, I mean, there's always, I mean, we outsource tax collection. That's probably a good thing to do. We outsource trash pickup. Probably a good thing to do, unfortunately, to a monopoly that we can't control. But there are some things that we outsource that are good. They tend to be regular things, but there are some things that maybe we could outsource that we're just piling up. I mean, a big chunk of this budget shortfall, over $500,000 of it is for capital investment, some of it for equipment that we may or may not need. So that's what we don't, we just don't know. We don't know, that's all, and that's all I'm saying. Thank you for the work, but we don't know what the alternatives are.
Okay.
Bo, I do have a question. Do we know what other municipalities, Brian, what they're doing as far as cost of a living adjustment? I do believe we absolutely need at minimum 5% cost of living adjustment for our employees. Is that in line with what other towns, cities are doing?
At this point, I haven't heard from other cities yet. It's a little early for the county's budget, but I can check with Brian Epley.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to continue with utilities, or do you want to wait till tomorrow?
We're gonna wait till tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Council, anybody have any other questions? Hearing none, I'll take a motion that we recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I make a motion, we recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying yes, raise your right hand.
Yes.
Yes.
So be it. Thank you.